Hi guys, what's up? Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for being here. I am so sorry that I started off stream a bit late. Oh my God, what is that? Sorry, that's crazy. Okay, how do I explain this? On my game screen, there is like a hype train with your names on it. I think Stardew Valley has full integration with crowd control, and I think that was a crowd control thing. I don't know. But all of a sudden, like, I saw this train going across my game screen and your names were on it, and it just threw me the fuck off. Well, okay. Hello. How are we? It's good to hear all of you. Hear all of you, see all of you. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be crazy for this stream, apparently. This is how we're gonna start off. But guys, happy Saturday. I hope everybody's really great. Thank you so much for your grace and understanding of me starting off stream a little bit late. There were some weird technical issues that were going on behind the scenes and stuff like that. So we got those sorted out. I think in the end, the tech fairy came and sprinkled some dust upon me. I don't know, but yay, they are fixed. But let me go ahead and scroll back. Let's scroll back. We'll make sure I catch everybody here that did all the craziness. But seriously, thank you. Thank you guys for your grace. To my collab mates, I apologize for starting late. We will get to the gameplay soon. I know you all have been waiting, and I definitely appreciate the grace that you guys give me always. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But like I said, happy Saturday to you guys. I hope you've all started off your weekend absolutely amazing. Thank you. I do need to drink some water. I'm not going to lie. All right, let's go ahead and scroll back. Let's scroll back. Oh, yeah. And we're also going to talk about how the power went out again. Was it Thursday? I was only able to be live for an hour Thursday because my power went out twice. So sorry about that as well. It came on a little while later, but it was flickering, it was icky, and I just was like, okay, it's probably not going to stay on. So I just decided to call it and stuff, but I am so sorry that I abruptly left you guys. I am so sorry. All right, let's go ahead. Like I said, we're going to head and scroll back because I know that all kinds of things have been happening since stream started, but I do want to say one thing. I don't know if everybody realizes it, but today is Mod Appreciation Day on Twitch. So, with that said, thank you. Thank you so very much to every single one of you that rock a mod sword in my stream. Thank you for your time and your energy and helping keep me safe as well as this community. I am very, very grateful to every single one of you for the time and the energy that you give, not just to me to make me feel safe and comfortable in this space, but to each and every one of my community. You protect us, and I cannot thank you enough. You know, being a mod on Twitch is a volunteer job. The fact that somebody takes a mod sword for you in your space, every single one of us that streams should be profoundly and humbly grateful for their time and their energy that they give to us to make us feel safe in this space. And I'm deeply grateful to every single one of mine. So thank you. Thank you, all of you, for all of that. Also, on the concept of mods, I do have a brand new mod in my stream, Spectrum of Souls. He has been in my community now for, gosh, months and months and months, since I think before the partner push. And he has so honored me by accepting a mod sword as of today. And I thought it was like the perfect timing, honestly, on Mod Appreciation Day. So Spectrum, welcome to the Mod Club. And just know that I'm very grateful to you. I'm very grateful to you for agreeing to take the sword. And I don't take anything that any of you do lightly. All right. You have my profound gratitude. So thank you to every single one of you. Make sure, guys, all of you that are streamers, make sure you thank your mods today. All right. Make sure you make an announcement in your Discord. If you're streaming, make sure you thank them publicly and stuff. Because they do an invaluable job here on Twitch. They really do. So, thank you. All right, now let's scroll back. First of all, some stuff happened in my offline. So Poggy, thank you so much for the tier 3 subby of 15 months. Thank you for the tier 3 subby of 15 months. Oh my God, what is that? Lulus, hi! Lulus, thank you for the Lulus. Thank you so much for the Lulus. All right, we got more going. Ghost, a ghost. Thank you so much for the crowd control. That you got me. I don't know if you're listening to me right now, but you got me really good because I was in the middle of doing like some stuff with a friend and stuff for the tech stuff, and like it came across the screen right as we were talking about losing our minds about something, and poof, here comes this fuck ass clown. It was perfect timing. I'm not gonna lie. So thank you for the crowd control. Stuff. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of stuff. I can't say stuff. If I say stuff, guys, you got to slap me. All right. That's the last S word I will say for the next 3 minutes. At least let's hope so. Liz, thank you so much for the gift of the cannoli coffee. I'm super excited to see what that tastes like. You know, I got the idea in my head because what was it like? I don't know, 2 or 3 streams ago, Rocket said something about cannolis and stuff like that. That there were no cannolis on my throne, and I was like, you know, he's right. I'll go ahead and throw them back on there. And then I saw this cannoli coffee, and I was like, I said stuff. Did I already say it? Damn it all to hell. Okay, damn it. All right, with the timer starts over again. All right, timer starts over. I'm gonna keep on saying it. I'm a doofus face. You know, now I'm afraid to talk, but yay for cannoli coffee. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to try it. Spectrum, thank you so much for the first. I love you. Dash. Cassie, thank you for the 80 stream streak. That is a blessing. Thank you so much. That takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and I'm really grateful to you. So thank you so much. Hellhound, thank you so much for the tier 1 subby of 20 months, my friend. Can you believe 20 months has passed? It's kind of crazy. 20 months is a little bit crazy. But seriously, thank you so much for the tier 1 subby. Thank you. Junkie Rat, hello. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. You're brand new to the community, already 3 stream streak. Thank you so much. Thank you. Spectrum, thank you so much for the community gift. Thank you. Listen, today is Mod Appreciation Day. Okay, for both you and Liz, it's Mod Appreciation Day. You just behave yourselves. You already give me more than enough. Okay, today's the day we get to love on you. I'm just saying. All right, we get to love on you. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Acid, thank you so much for the resub. Oh, thank you for the stars. Thank you. Acid, thank you so much for the resub, as well as the 5 gifted subbies. Hello? You want some spankies, I can see. Is that what you be wanting? You be wanting some spankies? Thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. We are catching up slowly, guys. Spectrum, thank you so much for the nun jump scare. Oh my God, we have a tongue twister on the board. Okay, we're gonna do the tongue twister in just a moment. Cassie, thank you so much for the biddies. And I see you guys. Oh my God, what is this? Thank you so much for the gifted subby to Kit. Hi Kit, how are you, love? I hope you're doing well. Like I said, we are slowly catching up.
I believe in you, Goober.
Burke Kemper, thank you so much for the 50 stream streak. Thank you. Now, for all of you that redeemed Hi, I'm new, and you're not actually new.
You're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough.
Everyone, you're not new. You're not fucking new. You're not fucking new. No, you're cute as fuck. But seriously, guys, thank you. Thank you all so much. It's all good to see all of you. Let me go ahead and scroll back and make sure I said hi to everybody. Cassie, thank you for the refollow, you little brat. But Acid, welcome in. Poggy, welcome in. Dash, welcome in. Liz, welcome in. Parm, what's up? How are you? It's good to see you, Parm. I hope you're doing well. Spectrum, thank you for being here. Once again, thank you so much for agreeing to take that sword. Wicked Ninja, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Manic Malice, hey, what's up? How are you? Happy time zone to you. I hope you're doing well. Draco, thank you for being here, my friend. I hope you're also doing well. I hope you're enjoying D&D. I hope you're enjoying your D&D. Okay, you're going to have to remind me how to say your name again. Varcel? Did I say that right? I didn't say that right, did I? I can already tell I didn't say that right. Hi, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're well. Ancient Hydra, thank you so much for being here, my friend. We're going to be doing a collab, by the way, with Ancient Hydra, Poggy, and Cassie. So I'm super excited for today. We're going to be playing some Stardew Valley. I know it's crazy. This game's been out forever. It's really my first playthrough. All right. I have no idea what I'm doing. So if y'all want to backseat game me, if y'all know how to play this game, you are welcome to do so. All right. Welcome to do so. But thank you, Junkie Rat. Thank you so much for the grace on Thursday. I felt terrible that I suddenly had to leave you guys. You as well, Spectrum. Nova's Pride, what's up? How are you? Happy time zone to you. I hope you're well. Vinmation, it's good to see you. Happy time zone to you as well. Thank you for being here. Ryad, hi Ryad. I hope you're doing well. Happy time zone to you. Caveman, what's up? How are you, sweetie? It's good to see you. All right, we're slowly catching up. I promise you, we getting there. We getting there. Wait, cannoli coffee? Yes, cannoli coffee. I found cannoli coffee, cannoli chips, and I put them on my throat, and Liz just got me the cannoli coffee. So hello, I get to drink my cannolis. Does it get any better than liquid cannolis? I don't know. Darius, how are you, Darius? It's good to see you, honey. I hope you're super well. Wait, what is this mad face thingy? What is this mad face thingy? Why am I getting mad faced? Wonderful Silencio Sunny, how are you? It's good to see you. Happy time zone to you. I hope you're doing super well. Thank you for being here. All right, Mans, I'm gonna say your name. I'm gonna say it wrong. So please correct me. Can I call you Mains for right now? Because I'm not sure how to say the rest. Mains, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Happy time zone to you. For all of you that are in my stream, whether you are brand spanking new or whether you've been here a million times, please do not hesitate to let this community know that you're a streamer. Let them know what you stream, when you stream, all of that goodness. This is a safe space to network. I want you guys to be authentic. I want you guys to just own the fact that you're a streamer if you are a streamer. This is a safe space to let everyone know who and what you are all about. My stream space will never just be about me. My Discord will never just be about me. It's about my entire community. So make sure you talk about yourself here. All right. But Darius, I hope you're doing well. Four Coffees. Hi, Four Coffees. How are you? It's good to see you. Steelguard, hello. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Is it Big Ol' Cakes? I love your name. Big Ol' Cakes. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Holy shit. I love your name. I'm not going to lie. Hi. Normally, I'm not going to lie. Normally, I have anonymous follows where I don't call out a name, but your name got me so excited. I had to say something. So welcome in. How are you? If you're a streamer, please feel free to let us know that you're a streamer. Let us know what you stream, when you stream, all of that goodness. In this space, you are most welcome to introduce yourselves as a streamer if you are. You came up in my suggestions and saw the name and I came in. I love it. I love your name. Stop it. I love your name. I am so happy. Hello. You know what this means? Like, okay. Cake world, all right? I'm just gonna say, I think that we should collect all the cakes. I think all the cakes should come together as one, band together as like an army of cake. What do we say? I'm kind of down with this idea. All right, we're slowly catching up, okay? Oh, I got you. Tricky, what's up, Mr. Trickstar? Hi, how are you? Happy time zone to you, my friends.
Yep, you're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough.
Stop it.
Oh,
I am not. Listen, I'm average girl next door, okay? Average girl next door. Toxic Ramen, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Indeed, it does get better than liquid cannoli, frozen cannoli. You know, I still actually need to try that. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot to do that. With the last batch of cannolis I got from Rocket.
You're still cute. Sorry, wait,
but listen, it's on my list. It's on my list. I promise you. Tire Swap, what's up? How are you? It's good to see you. Happy time zone to you, my friends. Tire Swap, every time I play Raft, I think of you. I hope you've been well. Cuppy, I gave in. I got a Twin Tails model. Let's go, Acid. Acid, you are gonna love it. I promise you, you're gonna love it. As my fellow Suika sister, you're going to love this Twin Tails model, okay? You're absolutely going to love it. I cannot wait to see what all you get done with it. I really cannot. I am so happy for you. That's exciting. That's exciting. Samurai Oni, thank you so much for the lurkies. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the lurkies. You can't tell me to talk about myself. Tire Swap, I will talk about you for you then. Tire Swap Genius absolutely is a streamer. If you guys recall, I did a collab on Raft with Tire Swap and it was completely lit. So, you know what? You may not talk about yourself, but I will talk about yourself, okay? I will talk about yourself. Doing well, thank you. Hope you're having a great day. It's been pretty good. It's been a pretty good day. I need a little bit more sleep, but other than that, listen, the fact that I had like 3 different tech issues that got sorted out right before stream, I'm feeling pretty good right now. So I'd say it's been a good day, because we got that out of the way. But I'm glad to see you're doing well. I know it's so late for you. Thank you. Seriously, for those of you especially, where you're coming in the middle of the night, your time zone, just know that no matter what time of day or night you guys come in, those of you that come in the middle of the night for your time zone, I see you. I see your effort. I appreciate you more than I can possibly say. And thank you. Seriously. Thank you ever so much. Mary, how are you, Mary? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Wait, what is this emote? Facts? Oh, I like that. I like that emote, Nova. I like it. Hi, Dolphin. How are you, sweetie? I hope you're doing well. Can I change my name to a cake name? I want to be in your collection copy. I mean, yes. If you want to be a toxic cake, you can be a toxic cake. If you feel like that's your vibe, go for it, girl. I'm just saying. You go for it. You do your thing. I think it's kind of cool. I'm just saying. But Wicked Ninja, I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Enchantress, hello, love. I love you. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, M. Oh my God. Okay, we're banging me. I see that. You guys are already banging me. We're barely started the stream. What are we, 25 minutes in, and I'm already getting banged as crazy. Also, everyone, you're not new. You're not fucking new. If you've been here before, you're not fucking new. You get yelled at, okay? I love you, but I spank you. I spank you with my voice, okay? And if you redeem that and you are new, okay? Has anyone redeemed that and they're actually new? Because I'm looking. Nope. Nobody's redeemed it that's actually new. So you know what? No half and half. No half and half. You just get like the full-on thing. What is a cannoli? Oh my God. A cannoli is life for coffees. So a cannoli is an Italian pastry. It's almost like a, how do I describe it, guys? If a mod wants to put a link in the chat to what a cannoli is, you are welcome to do so. Because some people don't know what a cannoli is life. I have literally said it's my favorite food. If I'm dying in the street and you like ask me what's the last thing I want, I'm gonna be like, cannoli. Put a cannoli in my mouth, all right? I need a cannoli.
Go drink some water.
Thank you for the hydrate. It is Starfire. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. It is, right, Acid? The physical capabilities of the twin tail model is, oh, thank you for the cream pie. Thank you for the cannoli cream pie. Is definitely superior to that of the Suica. It is. It's worth the money. It is. I love this twin tails model. I really hesitated in spending the money on it after getting the Suica model. I also had the Prism model. I never debuted her on stream because I did not like the way it moved. I'm not gonna lie. So I was very hesitant to put money down on this one, but this one is great. I love the Twin Tails model. For those of you that may not know, the VTube model that I'm using is a Twin Tails model, and that's what we're talking about. I absolutely love this model. I think it's so very well done. So very well done. All right, let me go ahead because I know I got more people to say hi to. I rebranded a little bit ago, at least an image. My name will always be what it is. So Tire Swap, when you say at least an image, in what way do you mean, if I may ask? I came in, saw the Cuppy, wrote in the book that I'm new, and then, let's see, and left the book so Cuppy knows I'm new forever. You are not new, ma'am. You are not new. You're not allowed to be new, all right? You've not been new for a long time. You get the finger wag, all right? You're not new, okay? You're not new. I said what I said, Now you be good. Guys, I'm in a panic. I almost cried when I said bye to preach. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. You're going away, aren't you? I love you, Em. I love you. I love you. I'm sure Preacher's gonna miss you, but he'll see you soon, I'm sure. Wicked Ninja. Mwah. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Sweet and love words. I adore. I love you, Em. You are gonna be so missed. You're gonna be so missed. How long are you gonna be gone for? I don't remember now. It's gonna be like a week or so, right? But it says I'm brand new. But you're not. You have a VIP badge, aka butt plug. You can't be new if you have a butt plug. All right? I'm just saying. Big ol' cakes would be new. You know what? Big ol' cakes would be new. Big ol' cakes! You're new! Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Ah! Oh my God, what the hell was that? That scared the hell out of me. Who frosted my cake? Who frosted my cake? Nightmare Shadow, hello, welcome in. Thank you for frosting my cake. I appreciate it. Exactly, cannoli is life. Cannoli is life, okay? A bacon cannoli. So Kit, did you know that there is actually a recipe in the Discord for a bacon cannoli? There's actually a recipe for a bacon cannoli. KB found one. I never knew such a thing existed, but I guess there is. I think it's weird, but you know what? To each his own. To each his own. Has anybody ever had a bacon cannoli? That is my question now. That's my question. I could eat so many. They're so good. They are so good. They are so good. Especially with like an espresso or something with it. Hello? Hello. Because the espresso kind of cuts the sweetness of it. Literally perfect. Artemis, hi. Love you. Mwah. Love you. Thank you so much for the lurkies. I appreciate you. I hope you've had a wonderful day. DJ, hi DJ. How are you? It's good to see you. Happy times to you, sweetie. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. I could probably use more sleep. Well, not probably, most definitely. But short of that, I am doing great. Thank you so much for asking. And thank you for being here. I deeply appreciate it. Redneck Jedi, holy shit. Thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. Thank you for the 70 stream streak. I am so honored and so blessed by that dedication. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it more than I can possibly say. I have new things on my stream. Does that count? No, it does not count towards being new. Okay? Do you want a finger wag? Because I'll give you one. The finger's out. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not out. I still need to add the finger wag to my stream. I do actually have a finger wag for you guys, for my VTuber, that I need to add as a hotkey. I just, you know what? Time be timing, okay? Time sneaks by without me having a chance to do a lot of things lately. So just know that you're going to have a finger wag soon, all right? You're going to have a finger wag soon. Happy Bob. Hi, Happy Bob. I hope you're well, sweetie. Happy Saturday to you. Nightmare Shadow, like I said, thank you for being here. You can totally be new with a You cannot, Mary. You cannot. That's not a thing. That's insane. Speaking of such things, hold up. You know what's really crazy? What's really insane is that you don't have a plug, Mary. I had not realized that. Sometimes things go beyond me, guys. Mary, go ahead and refresh your stream, please.
Yup,
and welcome to the Butt Plug
Wait, I didn't
Club,
look close enough.
okay?
Oh, wait, you're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
Vin, you have one. You have a butt plug. I'm just saying. Thanks for plugging me, Cuppy. It's crazy. I just saw that. You're done. You're done. Ben, what's up, Ben? How are you? Happy Saturday to you. I hope you're well, my friends. Ben, you're not new. You're not fucking new. You're not fucking new. I have to get feral on you guys. Maybe if I get a feral enough, you guys will finally embrace the fact that you're not fucking new. You didn't say the magic word. Exactly. You get me. You get me.
Yep, you're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough. Oh, wait,
No,
you're
you're
not just cute.
cute.
You're cute as fuck.
You're cute, Zaxilla. Hi, Zaxilla. How are you? I hope you're well. I decline your thank you. I should be thanking you, and thank you. Listen, you're going to take my thank you, all right? You know what? Now you get an extra thank you. I am profoundly thankful. How about that? It's like putting a cherry on top of the thank you. That's what you get now, Nightmare. You get the cherry on top. Cannot plug my hubby. That's crazy. I could have had you plug the hubby. My bad. My bad. Fudge, thank you for being here, Fudgy. I hope you're well. I had to tell my guys that they're not new. They always tell me I'm new every day. Vidmation, I am glad that the not new is spreading. Okay. Spreading like a, I don't know what, like a cootie? I don't know. We'll say like a cootie. I decline both thank you and double it to the next. Okay. You know what? I see your decline and I raise you by like times 10 there. Times 10. We're not going to go crazy. I almost said infinity. I almost pulled out the infinity, but you know what? I'll be a good girl. If you need me, I'll be parking. I'll be parking apparently. Peeking in and out. My friend is setting things up. Let's see, for a debt for a new model and kind of restart her streaming journey again. After life came and took away her streaming for a few years. Well, I am very happy to hear that your friend, although had to take a break for a few years, gets to come back. So I completely understand. You go help. You go help. Thank you. Who just cheese slapped me? Spectrum, I see you. I see you cheese slapping me. Thank you for the cheese. Thank you for getting cheesy with me. Take the thank you and wrap it in foil and put it in the fridge and save it for later. I don't know why, DJ, that made me think of a burrito. It made me think of a burrito. You know, like if you get a burrito from like, I don't know, Chipotle and it's like so big, you don't know, like you could never eat it, like even in 2 sittings. And you just like wrap your burrito up and put it in the fridge. That made me think of that. TJ Assassin, hello, welcome in. How are you? Happy time zone to you. Thank you so much for being here. If you yourself are a streamer, please feel free to let us know that you're a streamer. Let us know what you stream, when you stream, all of that goodness. This is a safe space to network if you would like to do so. If you would rather just chill and kind of get a feel for things, I understand that as well. But I always like to make sure that people that are just coming into my stream know that I'm a big believer in not having my stream or my Discord be about just me. I always want people in my community to feel as though they can just be authentic and, you know, own the fact that they're a streamer and things like that. So if you would like to talk about it, please know that you have the ability to. And thank you. Thank you for being here, choosing to pop in. I do appreciate it. All right, let's see. Every time your New York comes out, my brain jumps to if you were for where I can't even speak. I cannot speak today. My mouth don't be mouthing. Thank you for the New York cheesecake cream pie. Thank you. Okay, New York cheesecake. Hello, you have my heart. A New York cheesecake. I'm just gonna say. Every time your New York comes out, my brain jumps to if you were from where I was from, you'd be fucking dead. Oh my God, the other night, I don't even remember what, I think I was playing Raft. And I said water. And it came out so strong, so strong. Thank you so much for the pot. 4 coffees. What is mash? Thank you for the pie and mash cream pie. Sir, what is mash? What is mash? Feisty Brit, welcome in. Thank you so much for the bacon. Nope, I can't talk today. I needed more sleep last night, guys. So my mouth is going to be stroking today, apparently. All right, we're going to be stroking on all the words. And I'm going to just say, you know, jibber jabber. I did also have coffee before stream and stuff. So between not sleeping enough and having coffee right before stream, apparently I am not going to be able to speak and or read today. So just expect a lot of jibber jabber. But you know what? We're going to laugh at my stupidity. So Britt, thank you so much for the bacon and cannoli cream pie. But also no thank you, because that sounds terrible.
Look at these dum-dums.
No bacon. Exactly. Look at these dum-dums. Like nobody wants bacon in their cream pie. I'm just saying. I love you, but thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you ever so much. I'm doing well. How about you? Also not a streamer. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm doing really good. As I said, I did not sleep super well last night. I am not going to lie. So you're going to have a very interesting experience as a first timer in this stream. I am not going to be able to speak and or read hardly today. I'm going to be jibber jabbering all over the place because my brain apparently has melted and I've lost several brain cells. But you know what? I feel like it's also kind of an accurate representation because I'm kind of goofy doofy. And so, yeah. Welcome into my craziness. Hopefully it's not too crazy for you. But Fudgy, seriously, thank you. I'm going to stream me clicking your follow button. No, you're not allowed to follow me, Fudgy. You know, this is our special thing. For those of you that don't know Fudge obviously has a butt plug in my stream, aka a VIP badge. He has made it to every single stream for like pretty much the last 2 years, and he's never followed me. It's kind of our special thing. So like, I didn't even let that man follow me when I hit partner, okay? Because I feel like this is a special thing for us at this point. We can't ruin it. Yeah, my mouth do be stroking today. Absolutely. Oh, yes. There was a tongue twister. Were you the one that gave me the tongue twister at the beginning of stream? Because I do need to go back and go read that. I just remembered that. Potato mash, like a meat pie. And ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm not going to lie. That sounds delicious. I would totally take some of that. Max, hi, Max. What's up? How are you? Happy time zone to you, my friend. I hope you're well. That's okay. We vibe. Thank you so much for understanding. Thank you. Like, I feel like, okay, so my VTuber model has like 4 different outfits, right? I feel like this comes like the closest to like being jammies, and I rock the jammy life. I get to work from home and stuff like that. So, I rock the jammy life. And so we're going to wear our jammies, okay, for today's stream. IRL, I actually am in jammies. And so I feel like wearing jammies on stream today for a super cozy game of Stardew Valley, which, by the way, guys, I want you to know, I have no idea what I'm doing in this game. I know the game's been out since 2016 or something. I have played 1 hour of it. I have no idea what I'm doing at all. I played an hour of it on someone else's stream over a month ago. So if you guys want a backseat game, just know you absolutely are welcome to do so. I have no idea what I'm doing. Please help. Please help. All right, so we got a tongue twister. Oh my God, you did the S's. You know, Toxic, I can't hardly read anything with S's on a good day. All right, here we go. We got a tongue twister, guys. Super sus streamer slips secret sass into every scuff segment, sparkling sudden spub spam. Spub. I came close to getting that. All right, we're going to try again. Super sus streamer slips secret sass into every scuff Nope. Super sus streamer slips secret sass into every scuff Nope. Super sus streamer slips secret sass into every scuffed segment, sparkling sudden sub spam. Ha! Ha! I got it! What's fucking up? I got it! Let's go. Woot, woot. All right, I clap for myself. I'm just saying. I'm so happy with that right now. You don't even know. I'm so happy. Little Red Devil, hello, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. But now you have 2, I suppose. Oh, that's right. I do still have to scroll back and get the other one. I'm in PJs and microwaving food right now, to be honest. Cassie, this is felt. This is Stardew Valley. Is Stardew Valley not the ultimate, supposed to be comfy game? So I feel like us rocking our jammies is perfect, okay? I'm just saying. I think it's perfect. Good job, Cuppy. Thank you. We all know I can barely say this stuff. Now, let me go scroll back because I have to go find... Let me go find the other one. Tongue twister, there it is. Peter's Pickle was... Oh, my... Real Parm. Parm, if you're still in here, you're going to get a spanky for this one. Because I'm not going to hardly be able to say this. It's a bunch of peas. Peter's Pickle was peppered with... Oh, my God. Peter's Pickle was peppered with Peter's Pickle juices. Hold up. Peter's Pickle was peppered with Peter's Pickle juices. Ha! I did it. Let's go. That was another tongue twister, Steelgar. It was put in the beginning of stream, and I just completely forgot about it. I'm not gonna lie until that very second. So that's why it seems like came out of nowhere, but it kind of was there earlier and stuff. Ah! Ah! Oh my God. All right. I see what kind of stream this is going to be. This is going to be the kind of stream where we're trying to give Cuppy a heart attack. That's okay. I feel like that's every stream. Okay. Also, I don't blame you. This is great. Yeah, TJ, this is, like I said, this You're getting a slightly chiller version of what I can normally be and stuff when I've actually had sleep. But I like to call this space kind of like cozy chaos. It really is the epitome of cozy chaos. The best way to describe, I would say, myself as well as my community is we are silly, we are slightly sussy, but we are very wholesome and very supportive and very loving as well. So you get both sides of the coin. You get this silly, goofy, doofy, like sussiness, and then it's kind of like you get a hug with it. So I hope that's the kind of vibe that you're looking for. If it is, this might be your place. Slightly sus. Damn, I want it full on. Oh, trust me, sometimes it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Probably not today, just because I'm a little bit tired. It depends. It depends on who comes in here and who starts the sus. I'm not going to lie as well. So yeah, I don't know if you follow me on TikTok. I don't know if that's where you found me. If you followed me from TikTok, then you know I say some really crazy shit sometimes. So if you want full on sus, occasionally you will get it. I'm just saying it. Yes. Oh, that's funny. Nico the Saurus. Hello, sweetie. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Bones. Hi, Bones. I hope you're well, my friend. It's good to see you. Don't make her break out the voice. Oh my God. Are we going to have to bring out the voice? Is that what we're going to do? Slightly sus. Well, we all know we have the worst timing with that stuff. Oh my God. Ryad is so funny. Ryad will like go away for a moment and come back right at that moment where I'm saying like one of the most insane things I could possibly ever say. I feel like your timing is hysterical, honestly. Nico the Saurus, how are you? I hope you're doing well. You're not new though, Nico. You're not new. You were here last stream. So, Nico, you're not new. You're not fucking new. You're not fucking new. I'm just saying, you're not fucking new. I figured we have another hour till game time. We're actually about to start. I'm already down at the bottom of stream chat, which, hello, Miracle. Miracle. All right, I need to hydrate. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, allergies are still allergying, by the way. So voice is a little bit scuffed. Like who wins, a New Yorker or a West Londoner in a fight? I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends. Like back in the day, I had a really strong New York accent and stuff, like when I still lived there, because I was born and raised in Brooklyn. All right, so Brooklyn accent. So I don't know. I don't know. All right, so let me see. Are we ready? TJ, did you want the voice? I'll give you a little taste of it. Because right now, I've got really bad allergies. So I'm a touch congested, but this is the voice that they're talking about. Are you going to be good? Are you going to be one of my good little gremlins? Or are you going to need a spanky? Because I'll give you a little spanky if that's what you're here for. Thank you for clipping the tongue twister. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I'll be right back. It'd be funny if I came back to something sus in the stream. I started before you even left. Oh, I think TJ is going to be my good boy. Are you going to be my good boy? You're going to be my good boy? Yeah. And you get a special treat if you're my good boy. Spectrum, thank you so much for the big emote biddies. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. See? That's the way I like you. I like you to be my good boy with maybe just tiny touch of naughty. You know? Gotta keep it exciting. All right, there you go. There's your taste. Oh my God, I love you guys. All right, let's go ahead and go to the game screen. Wave fishing is crazy. All right, let me go ahead and undeafen. Poggy, go ahead and pull Cassie in and Ancients in if you have not already. Guys, are you here? Hello?
Nah.
Uh, wait, what is that? Okay, Spectrum, thank you so much for the biddies you brought. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that was great. So yeah, that's a little bit of a taste of what you can expect here in this space. All right, we're a little bit all over the place sometimes. Like, just to kind of give you a rundown, as well as
Hey, let me
those
get a closer
that came in
look.
earlier that are brand
Yep,
new.
you're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough.
Here's who
Oh,
and what
wait, you're
I'm
not
all
just
about.
cute. You cute as fuck.
First of all, you're fucking cute. All right, you're cute, TJ. Obviously, little cupcake killer. I'm actually a registered dietitian. I'm a registered dietitian by day. So very professional healthcare worker profession. And then at night and or weekends, I get to be a streamer. So you have two sides of me here. Sometimes we might talk about, nutrition stuff. I one time did a whole talk on fiber on my stream. Okay. I've spoken about protein on my stream. We've talked about like eating disorders on my stream and things like that. And then other times you get what you just had, which is the silly, sussy voice and stuff, and me flirting with you guys and teasing you all. So there are two sides to me, and you never know which one you're going to get. So don't be surprised if you come in here at some point and you get some kind of like conversation about some nutrition topic, because that is my true passion. That is my true love. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I have a master's degree in dietetics. And every now and again, my little nerdy side will come out. My little nerdy side will come out. But for the most part, I try to keep this stream space one that is, how do I want to word it? Silly and goofy and fun for both me and you guys. So I'm happy to answer questions, of course, on the other side of my life, so to speak, on dietetics and psychology, and have talks on mental health and stuff. But for the most part in this space, we keep it silly. We keep it sussy. We keep it just ridiculous. And it's all about having fun. All about having fun here. Sneezy Kate, hello, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Go drink some water.
Thank you for the hydrates. Goddamn, I'm a huge fiend for random knowledge. I'm a wealth of random facts. Then you will probably enjoy this space, I dare to say. Because like I said, sometimes we get off on all kinds of interesting little tangents. Sometimes I'll be talking about, Twitch and like streamer tips and things like that. Other times you're going to get healthcare information, nutrition information. It's kind of all over the map. So absolutely, Liz. Enjoy your shower. How long did you study for? Over 6 years. Over 6 years. So a lot of people don't realize. So when there is a big difference, see, we're gonna go off on one of those tangents. There we go. So there is a big difference and literally no comparison between a registered dietitian and a nutritionist. A registered dietitian, which is what I am, you have to have a master's degree. And your undergrad is pre-med. You basically have a pre-med track in undergrad, and then you go to grad school for dietetics and focus into nutrition specifically. For a nutritionist doesn't require legally any type of education. Somebody can take like a 6-month course online in nutrition and call themselves a nutritionist. For a registered dietitian, like I said, you have to have a master's degree. You have to be licensed in the state that you are practicing in as a healthcare provider. And you have to have what's called an NPI number and stuff, which is a national insurance number and things like that. So, Shaki, I came back to something not sus for a minute. You did. Oh, you're right. I did not. Thank you. Thank you for coffees. I completely forgot to hydrate. I got all excited. If you guys get me on like the dietetics and nutrition stuff, like you're going to get me all excited. I'll just start talking about that stuff and I'll forget everything else I'm doing. I have so much knowledge about nothing helpful. I bet some of the stuff that you have, as a matter of fact, a good bit of it, all knowledge is helpful in one way or another, right? So I would venture to say that the knowledge that you have is helpful, all right, to somebody in the right moment. I'm just saying. But yeah, so you just never know what you're going to get here. Sometimes you'll get some like serious conversation and sometimes you won't. But for those of you that ever seek, if you're ever seeking nutrition advice, please, 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 I implore you, find a registered dietitian, okay? And the same is true, by the way, the same is true in any country you go to, okay? There is a difference between a registered dietitian and a nutritionist. So if you ever need nutrition advice, please make sure that you seek help from the right person, all right? And it's a registered dietitian, okay? Also, that is weird. Hello. My screen just shut itself off. So give me 1 sec. I'm not quite sure why that happened. But yeah, just make sure, guys, if you ever need nutrition assistance, that you get it from the right people, okay?
Hello.
Oh, there it goes. It's like, why did my screen just shut off?
Why is this?
Though I'm a qualified game designer, got the diploma for it and all. Okay, so listen, you have great advice on something that you're schooled in as well, all right? And then you also have random information that, like I said, I am sure is helpful to somebody at some point, all right? Because we all have like varying amounts of random information, right? That we get kind of passionate about. Like a lot of people don't know. Like I have competed with golden retrievers in AKC obedience, right? So I have like all of this knowledge of dog training. My dog, well, I had 2 goldens that I showed in AKC obedience, agility and rally, and some tracking. And one of them was actually the #1 golden retriever in the country, #1 sporting dog, #4 all breed at his level of obedience. So there's an area where I have some random information that most people would not think that I would have, right? But I do. See? So I'm sure it'll be useful to somebody at some point. Also, like right out of high school and stuff, like I actually was a vet tech for the military for like 3 years. So also some more random information. So all of that random information, like, comes in handy for someone. Cuppy, we need you to sleep. You assume I even know how to sleep. I don't know how to play this fucking game. I have no idea how to play this game. Cuppy knows how to clicker train people. I do, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. People are not that much different from dogs and vice versa in terms of reward-based behavior training. I'm just saying. A vet tech from the military? Yes. So the U.S. Army Veterinary Service is who runs all of the veterinary care in the military. So even if you're on an Air Force base, it is actually, the veterinary clinic is actually run by the U.S. Army, which is kind of an interesting thing. I worked on an Air Force base, and I worked for the Army on an Air Force base, I guess is the best way to put it. And it was wonderful. I got to work on MWDs, military working dogs. Also, the base that I was on, we actually had horses as well. So I got to work on military working horses, which was a very cool experience. So you're telling us use obedience training? Yes. Listen, like I said, it's all reward-based training. I did reward-based training with my dogs to get them to do what it was I wanted. Humans are no different. We all want to be rewarded, okay? Every living creature out there responds to positive reinforcement. So there is a lot of truth to that. Like, see, TJ owns it. TJ owns it. Positive reinforcement, people. Embrace it. Hi, crew. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, my friends. I'm a hoarder and making my second base pretty. I need to play that. I haven't had a chance to play it this week. I've had a lot of background stuff going on this week, sadly, so I just haven't had a chance to really play it. Cuppy has trained golden retriever dogs or golden retriever humans as well. Oh, Spectrum. I've always said I'm a golden retriever. I am a golden retriever. I have a golden retriever personality. Golden retrievers are very sweet, very kind, intelligent little beings. But people don't realize you can piss one off too. It takes a lot to piss off a golden. But you can piss off a golden in the right situation, and you can get, a reaction, so to speak, a strong reaction, right? Same. I am absolutely a golden retriever. All right, let me go ahead and undeafen. I don't remember how to sleep. Hi, how do I sleep?
Leave your menu.
Leave my menu. Okay. I have Crowd Control Pro. Wait, why did it just shut off? My whole... What just happened? Oh, Cuppy has passed out.
You were in your menu past 2 a.m. So you passed out, but because you were in like your own pause thing, it didn't go to the next day. We had to wait for you to finish your thing.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, now the whole screen is black. Is it supposed to be black?
It's not usually black this long. It's tallying the day, I think.
Oh, okay. Cuppy, you're now a dude. I changed your sex. Wait, where did you change my sex? Where did you change my sex and how did you do it? I don't think I know how to be a guy. I can try, like, most of my closest friends are guy friends, so I guess I could take tips. Oh, and crowd control. Okay. Oh my god, that makes sense. Okay. Just whip your stuff around, have fun. Oh, you know what? I thought you meant, like, my mouse.
Button, see if it gets it to...
I hit escape. It's just black screens. What is going on?
Yeah, this is weird. It should not take this long.
Should we
Mine's
exit
working,
and
which
start
is
again?
good.
Do you have it this way, Ancient? Are you having the same thing I'm doing? This black screen?
Yeah, we're on the same screen you are.
I'm not.
Cassie just quit the...
Okay.
Huggy, you're not?
No, which is weird because mine's working.
All right, I'll go ahead and quit out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close and free up. It may have been. It may also be because I joined as like while it was still 2 a.m. Like, so you had your thing paused, I joined, and it messed up what was going on.
Ah, okay.
So.
Cuppy can now pee anywhere now. I can. I don't have to pop a squat. I can just pee wherever I need to pee, apparently. Hi, Frank. I hope you're doing well, my friends. Helicopter it. Honestly, I feel like every female that has ever discussed possibly, you know, being able to switch like that's like one of the first things we would do. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I'm gonna hit co-op. And then I was going to have us play... Wait. Enter invite code. What did I do wrong?
No, that's joining. You're hosting.
I'm hosting, so I'm going to be loading a game, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Get some good sleepies, my friend.
Yeah.
You can
Cool.
go to co-op post where you can start up one of your old ones and open it up to co-op from there. But I think you can. I think if you go to co-op.
Ah! Sorry, I got scared. Okay, I think it's working now. The crowd control's up and running. You guys should be able to join now, hopefully.
You have to open up your, because you started in single player, you have to open up to
Where do I do that? Options. Up there it goes. Okay. Wait, what do you mean controller tab?
It looks like a game.
Oh, yeah, I do have that open.
I believe in you, Goober.
It says... Where is it? I just saw... Yeah, where it says multiplayer, it just says start local co-op. Is there somewhere else?
press like quit out of this.
Yeah, put
And then
out
go
this,
to-
go to co-op and hit post, and then select the format.
Okay.
So go back to the title screen. Press the title. Go to co-op and host,
Okay.
and then pick the bakery farm.
Okay, and this is the one that we did right last time, right? When we were on your stream? Okay. All right, now you guys should be able to join, hopefully.
Yeah, we just need to refresh. There we go.
Okay. Thank you for nutting in my ear. I appreciate it. Is that it? They don't sound Middle Eastern?
20,000 gold.
Wait, what are we talking about? What's Middle Eastern? I am so lost right now. I am completely lost right now after all that.
Okay.
Always show tool hit location is very
Do you wanna
useful,
do
by the way.
shared
Ah!
crowd control? Do you have, like,
Oh my
the-
god, that was so loud.
It's in the side chat, Cassie.
In the Discord chat.
In the VC.
No, Cuppy, you can nut now. I can nut now. Are you giving me permission to nut in my own stream? That's crazy. Listen, I can do that. Hold up, hold up. I got you. I got you. What the fuck was that? Thank you. Thank you for the horrific clown. But I only heard it. I didn't see it. Hold up, hold up. Options. Options. Can I do like, where is graphics? Yeah, we don't want that. We want windowed so that you guys can see your crazy crowd controls. There we go. I'm totally getting used to the new peen. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. No idea what I'm doing right now. I said what I said. Yeah, so Spectrum, when it's not in windowed, you don't get to see the disrupts. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Now you should be able to see them.
Be interesting. It's like everybody gets sent to the beach. Everybody gets sent to the.
Wait, I am literally hammering in my bed. Ah! Oh my god. Sorry.
Why hammer yourself in the bed? That's crazy.
I don't know. Listen, I got a hammer in my hand. I can't. Plus, okay, to be fair, Car is in my stream. Car, thank you so much for the 10 biddies. You made me hammer in my bed.
Move to your left and right. You're just axing the ground.
There I go. Hi, Car. How are you? It's good to see you.
Trying to chop your own bed off.
You're missed. I love you, Car. Thank you for the biddies. Wait, what is that? 10 of clubs? So what does this do? Cuppery hammering in bed means something there. Oh. Shit! Oh my god. First of all, oh to that. And shit to me having my heart attack. Should be back around June 10th. I'm happy to hear it, but please know that whatever time it is you feel you need to take, like, I so understand that, and I want that for you, all right? So you make sure you take the best care of you.
Bob loves you. He's trying to blow us up.
I just got smacked with 3 minutes of ad sadness. Yeah, so TJ, the way that I run my stream with the ads, I don't know if he can hear me yet. I'm not sure if you can hear me. If you can hear me, let me know and I'll explain why I do that.
And somebody's just filling my inventory with wood.
RC 5J. There we go.
Oh, goddamn captures.
Yeah, just a bulk ad drop. I want to be able to get rid of pre-rolls and stuff like that because Twitch is going to make me have that many ads anyway. It's either going to come in the form of pre-rolls, or I can just go ahead and drop it in a 3-minute, segment every hour. So I try to make it the least intrusive on you guys, and I find that kind of doing the bulk 3-minute drop is the easiest. So I apologize. I apologize that you had 3 minutes of ads, but it means no pre-rolls. That's not fair. I used 400 for that CAPTCHA. I know. I think they charge too much for that Nightmare. I'm not going to lie. I think they charge too much for the CAPTCHA. I need to go and actually change that. Let me write that down. Because with Crowd Control Pro, which I have now, you can actually change the prices of things. So give me 1 sec while I write that note, because I will forget otherwise. Oh my god, that lightning scared the fuck out of me.
Somebody's really trying to blow me up.
Be right back again. Gonna make some food. Behave, Cuppy. I'm gonna try, Ryad, but you know you might come back to some fuckery, all right? You know that that's the way this works.
I'd be happy that the crowd control is not working.
That's completely fair. No need to apologize. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? That gave me a heart attack. Thank you for understanding. I do feel bad. It's funny with Twitch, you know, it's hard sometimes to determine what is going to be the most fair for you guys, because I hate like when somebody first comes into my stream, I think it really sucks that they get hit with these pre-rolls and stuff like that. And I don't know how else to work it. It's so funny. Every now and again, like there'll be this period of time, like on Twitter, where a bunch of streamers will kind of debate which is the best to do. And I don't know, I lean towards the 3 minutes and just get it over with. But I appreciate you understanding that. You did it so fast. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of used to it. I'm not going to lie. There was a period of time where people were using the CAPTCHAs over and over and over again. So I've gotten kind of used to it. I'm not going to lie to you. Suvi, thank you so much for the hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Thank you for the hydrates. I hope you're well, my friends. All right, I think I'm supposed to hack this stuff up. That's kind of what I was thinking too, TJ. That's kind of what I was thinking. Just get it over with, you know? I just don't do anything important during ad breaks, or I'll go refill my water or whatever. That's what I try to do. I try, like, when I'm caught up in stream chat and I'm not trying to figure out something technical with the game and stuff, I try to be mindful that it is an ad. And that way I'll have that, like, 3 minutes to hydrate, and I'll catch up with stream chat and just kind of, you know, talk to you guys and stuff. Because I definitely don't want to do anything important during that. That's not fair. Okay, hold up. How do I do this? There we go. Dear Miss Cuppy, last night, a Joja team member found you incapacitated. A medical team was dispatched to bring you home safely. We're glad you're okay. You've been billed 72 G's for this service. I don't remember passing out, but okay. Oh, shit. Ooh, what was that laughter? What the hell was that laughter? Thank you for the head pats, by the way. Switch! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Alright, you're not fucking new, Switch. You're not fucking new. Hi, how are you, Switch? It's good to see you, my friend. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. So, like, I hacked up, like, these plants. Am I supposed to hack them up? Are they ready? How do I know that they're ready?
Did you say pie? I'd like some pie.
Walk over them and pick them up. You don't have to hack anything. Like, the only time you'll need only a couple plants required to fight the harvest. Everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It'll have an icon, it'll have a little plus icon.
Guys, you know what this means. I need your ass. That's right. Give me that ass. Give me those lap dances. Give me those twerks. Give me all your best dance emotes. Drop those booties in my chat right now. Booty me the fuck up. Tells. You're not new. Are you not fucking new? Hi, though. Hi. Thank you, Car. Thank you for the lasagna cream pie. That's right, guys. Give me your booties. This cat thing cracks me up. Same. All of the cat ones do. I've tried to add as many of the cat things as possible to Tangia because I enjoy them so much. I think they're fun as hell. I think they're fun as hell.
Oh,
Dark Steel Wolf, hello, welcome in. Thank you for being here, honey.
Follow me down into the Cinder Forest, the south exit.
Okay.
I think I can show you what I'm talking about, what it'll look like when it's ready.
Okay.
Down here. Are you on keyboard or mouse or controller?
I am. At the moment, keyboard and mouse, because I forgot I can use controller for this.
Okay.
Cinny!
Controller, so I don't know what if there would be a logo or something like that.
Cinny, I've never played this. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi, I love you. I love you. I miss you. Ah! Oh my God. What the fuck? They're cute and silly like the adorable Frosty Boot. They... Stop it. Stop it. But hi, Cinny. We love you. I love you, little cupcake. You're amazing. Switch. You're too sweet. Thank you, my friend. You. Listen, you guys are amazing, including you.
If you mouse over that, you'll see a little plus sign. It means you can pick it up. And that's what any
Oh.
props that are ready to go will look the same.
Okay. And I know it.
Look like when props are ready. You don't have to harvest anything unless it says must be harvested with this item.
Okay. Switch. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you so much for the lurk. But like I said, you're amazing, my friend. All right? You're amazing. But thank you. Thank you so much for the lurkies. Okay, be bad for me while I'm gone at the car. I'm going to do my very best. I'll be naughty as fuck for you. All right? Naughty as fuck for you. I said what I said. I've been so obsessed with Pokapia. I have wanted to try that. But of course it's on a Switch and I do not have a Switch. So sadly I could not try it. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me, Car. You have beliefs in me that I do not share because I do not know how to play this game. I have no idea what I'm doing. Worth it when you get one. Yeah, I really, really want to. I know it's been like all the rage. Hold up. I feel like this is something I can do. Right, let me actually... Where is my controller? Hold up. Maybe the controller would be easier. Can I just automatically switch? I can. Okay, that's much better. Totally cozy. It looks so damn... What the fuck was that? It looks so damn cozy. Crew, thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies, sweetie. I appreciate you. Alright, where is my... But yeah, Cindy, I didn't know you played this game. Why have we never played this game together? I have this game. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, how do I... Alright. See? I don't know what I'm doing at all. I have no idea. Unicorn Gaming, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Chaos Magician, hi, how are you?
What the hell?
It's good to see you as well. Happy time zone to you. Happy time zone to you both. I hope you're well. Sunk so many hours in it. I still have like, I don't know, 130 more Pokemon to get. Oh my god, I need to play it. By the way, if you ever want to revenge your tongue, what am I revenging my tongue for? I got questions. I'm adding tongue twisters to my channel. Are you really? Yeah, I totally do want to revenge you. I'm coming at you. All right? You best fucking believe I'm coming at you. Wait, whose stuff is this? How do I know whose stuff this is? Unicorn! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right? You're not fucking new. You're not fucking new. I'm gonna have to tell you, you're not new now. Hold up, I need to move something on my desk real quick, guys. One sec. Because I got something in my way, and it's keeping me from being able to play the game. I cannot have that. Whoa. What just happened? Cuppy didn't make it to bed. So did I pass out? I passed out again? What happened? Oh. I guess I passed out.
Yep, because you didn't get you can't pause it in multiplayer. So when you stop and talk to chat late at night, walk to bed while you do.
Oh, okay, okay. This is going to be very interesting. I have no idea what I'm doing in this game. Okay, so I did go ahead and hook up my controller, so now I'm using controller. Poggy, I gotta wait that redeemed time. I'm new. Deathstroke! You're not new! You're not fucking new! You're not fucking new. Hi, Deathstroke.
Controller, pick stuff up.
Okay,
What it'll look like if it's ready.
okay. Okay. Alright, so if I want to go axe a tree, let me go see. Maybe now I can do this. I'm so tired and not feeling good. I didn't sleep well last night. I've been up since 1 a.m. My head feels like it's about to explode. Aw, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Are you still sick?
Let me get a closer look. Yup, you're still cute. Sorry, wait. I didn't
No,
look
you're
close
cute. You're
enough. Oh, wait,
cute,
you're not just
Deathstroke.
You're cute as fuck.
I am so sorry, though, that you don't feel well. I didn't get much sleep last night myself, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm not sick on top of it, so for me, it's not nearly as bad as what you're experiencing. So I am so sorry, sweetie. I hope you feel better. Maybe someone dropped you off. Okay, yeah. I forgot. I was bad. Hold up. I cannot take game music on top of like my actual music. That's gonna make me insane.
Put it on backwards, and now Mr. Sleep in my.
Alright, hold up. Music. Yeah, that was gonna make me insane, guys. I don't know if that was driving you
So this
crazy.
potato here right next
It's
to
making me crazy.
is ready to harvest.
Okay.
So, you can take a look at and see what the icon is, and that'll tell you if it's ready to harvest. I don't know if you're seeing an icon or anything like that,
Nope.
but just hit A and you should be able to.
I do not. I don't see an icon.
Do you have a full inventory?
I shouldn't. Inventory's tab, I assume?
Yeah.
I'm hitting tab.
That's
Oh.
escape. It's your menu. It's your first tab.
So I don't have a full
Tab
one.
Changing your inventory. Oh, no, you have a full inventory. It's, you only have access to the first row. You have
Oh.
to buy
The next row.
the lower ones are grayed out.
Okay. So where should I put things like fiber and spring onions and all this other stuff? Put it in this treasure chest over here to make room?
Yeah.
This one or the other one?
For now, whatever. You can auto add.
How do I add to it? Because I'm just popping it around right now when I touch it.
Oh, whatever your other interaction is. Hang on. Let me move this back real quick.
I went back to keyboard and mouse so you could direct me. I'm not going to lie. No, I just have a nasty cough and a bronchitis. I was crying all night and I've had a rough 2 weeks. I'm so sorry, Unicorn. I sent you all the huggies. I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Right click the chest and you should be able to open it. And then there's a little there's a little arrow on the right side that says add existing stacks.
On the right-hand side, there's a little arrow. I'm missing this arrow. I don't know. Add to existing stacks. Okay. There it goes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
anything that's already in there that you have
Mhm.
stacks of will auto sort
Okay.
into it. Wow, Poggy's got good equipment for day 11.
How do you get good equipment?
Okay.
But seriously, Unicorn, I hope whatever is going on with you, the illness as well as other, mitigating things, I hope whatever it is, I hope it resolves itself. And I'm just so sorry you've had a rough 2 weeks, honey.
Yep, that's a
You
full
said
iridium
nothing.
watering
You said
can.
nothing.
Okay, Cuppy, come with me. We're gonna increase your inventory the legitimate way, unless somebody crowd controls it first.
Okay. Little Void! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Hi, Little Void. How are you? It's good to see you.
Let me get a closer look.
Increase, so.
Yup, you're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough. Oh, wait, you're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
It jerk
No,
off.
you cute. Give me one sec. Cat is in something.
Hmm.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Kitty decided to get into something he should not be. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Okay. All right, come into Peter's.
Inside or just at the little like
Inside.
bulletin board? Okay.
Inside.
Okay.
And this little red backpack for sale. Click that
Okay.
and buy it.
Purchase. There we go. Yay.
Now
Okay.
you doubled your inventory.
Sweet.
And now you can do more of the things. Gave Puggy a high five on the way past.
Ah! Oh my god, that gave me a heart attack. Do you have crowd control activated as well? Thank you for the crowd control you brought. You do? So
Yes.
you got that too?
I looked over at my OBS as you screamed and for some reason, some of the jump scares aren't showing up on my screen.
Uh-huh.
They're showing up on my OBS, so I see it in the corner of my eye.
Oh, that's funny. I was just wondering if you're just like, why is this woman randomly screaming every now and again, you know?
But it's coming to me. It's coming to me on a latency, so Discord's faster than. So I hear you scream, and I look over, and then all of a sudden, ghost face. All right, I'm gonna make myself my own scarecrow.
Hi, Carrot. How are you, love? I hope you're well. It wasn't me. It was totally you, Carrot. I saw you, you cute little brat. How are you, Carrot? It's good to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. I crashed. No worries, Poggy. No worries. Little Void, how are you, sweetie? It's good to see you, honey. Sorry I was distracted when you came in. The lies. Listen, it's lies. It's lies that you say it's lies, all right? Don't make me spank you publicly. I will.
Yeah, this game is like do whatever you feel like doing kind of thing.
So, whose house is down here that looks like a stone house? All the houses that I see in this area would belong to us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Rick or whoever else was with us during my stream.
Okay. Doing good, Cuppy. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm tired. I'm not going to lie. I'm tired. But other than that, I am doing good. Trying to learn this game that I have never really played and have no idea what the hell I'm doing. But other than that, we're good. I'm glad to see you're doing well, honey. I did ouchie. I may have accidentally cut my finger while making food. Ryad! Ryad, no, I'm so sorry. Did you take good care of it, though? Did you wash it, put some antiseptic on there, things like that? Did you take some good care? But yeah, Little Void and Carrot, I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, I'm just tired. I'm just tired today. It's
Hey,
been
let me get a closer
a
look.
long week.
Yup, you're still cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't
No,
look close
you're
enough.
cute,
Oh,
Carrot.
wait, you're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
You're cute. All right, so I chose this. Can I chop this fucking tree? Oh, there I go. Look, I'm chopping. I think. It looked like I was chopping, and then I wasn't chopping. You're not allowed for spankings? Aw, listen, Carrot, are you telling me you don't want me to spank you? Because I feel like that's part of our little relationship here is that I get to spank you. I'm just saying. I think you like it. Am I doing this right? Why do I feel like I'm not doing this right? Shouldn't I be seeing it like show me wood? I feel like it should be showing me your wood. Antiseptic, doesn't everyone just wrap it in mud? I can't say that I do. I like a good mud mask every now and again, but I can't say that I wrap my cuts in mud. The cage is scary? I don't know about that. I think you like the cage, sir. You've got some new ideas to sleep on. Am I supposed to go to bed real quick? I feel like that's warning me that I'm about to pass out. I'm trying to, like, learn not to pass out in this game. Maybe that will be the first thing I learn, is to not fucking pass out. It'll be fine. Just throw a band-aid on it. Wasn't a bad cut, just a small little cut, almost like a paper cut. Aw, well, I'm glad it wasn't that bad then. I'm glad it wasn't that bad. Sleep for the night. There we go. I've gone to bed. Now I can catch up with you guys. Cuppy, I'm gonna do some lurkies. I need a nap. Absolutely. Mary, get some good sleepies. Get some good sleepies. I totally understand needing a nap, okay? I so feel that. How's the game? Liz, I have no idea what I'm doing. None whatsoever. So, at this point, I'm in that stage of playing any, like, new game to you where you're just like, I don't know how I feel about this game because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I know this is a very beloved game, and I'm sure once I know what I'm doing, I'm going to love it too. But for right now, I'm just like, the hell am I doing? The hell am I doing? So there's that. Hopefully, though soon, I will know what the hell I'm doing. We shall see. We shall see. That's fair. I've never played it. Yep, it's a super popular game and everybody really loves it. So it's something I've always wanted to play. I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't. So I know I'm in bed, right? Yeah. Woohoo!
Yeah. You had to wait for other people to
Okay.
go to sleep as well.
Trees sometimes drop seeds. New crafting recipes. Yay. Okay. Okay. Sardukar, how are you? It's good to see you. Happy time zone to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. I would play this on a Game Boy Color. That's how I feel about these types of games. I agree. It's kind of like that that older type of game, right? That kind of lends itself to that. I feel so behind in the love of this game. Like, everybody loves this game, and I just have no idea what I'm doing whatsoever. So I just feel super behind in this game.
Oh, Egg Festival tomorrow. Yay!
I don't play the games like Stardew Valley. You know, like I said, I love cozy games. I've never played this one. You see this cat here? I do see this cat here. What are we doing with this cat? I found it sitting outside the entrance to your farm. I think it's a stray. Poor little thing. Listen, I love cats. I'll take in this cat. Can I have this cat? Give me this cat. I think it likes this place. Hey, don't you think this farm could use a good cat? I do. I do. Yeah. I'll fucking adopt that cat. Give me that cat. Let's see. What are we going to call this cat, guys? What are we going to call this cat? Give me some ideas in the chat. This is a community cat. What are we going to call this cat?
You keep pushing like that, you're gonna push yourself out of the hood and you're gonna fall. Just like you.
I don't know how much I want to play it on
used to
keyboard or
fall.
controller just because it feels like it would be in my palm. Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get that. I think you probably could play this on a Steam Deck. I don't know if you have a Steam Deck. I do not. But this would probably be a good game to play on a Steam Deck.
He is staring at something right over my shoulder.
Doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm tired today. I didn't get enough sleep last night. But other than that, I'm doing okay. We are vibing. We're doing the cozies today, which is why like I'm basically in my jammies on stream, basically in my jammy. Well, I am definitely in my jammies IRL. So we are doing the cozies today. The cozies. There's a version of this game called Graveyard. I have that! I have that game because I guess it was free at one point, and I had a friend tell me to download it while it was free. I do have that, and I haven't had a chance to try it yet. Did you all see that there's going to be a new game coming out, I think in June, that is basically like Stardew, only it's run by like a vampire or something. It's supposed to be super cute. Hi, Kenzie. How are you? I hope you're well. So from what I understand, like a Steam Deck is basically, yeah, it's like a Nintendo DS type of thing. Does anybody have a Steam Deck that can actually speak to it? Because I don't have one, but I think it's kind of like that. All right, choose a name. So what were some of my suggestions? We had Mr. Bigglesworth, Sir Bigglesworth. We had Poppy Chulo. Maybe I should go with... Maybe Sir Chulo. Let's do Sir Chulo. That way I can incorporate both of you guys. We could call it Cannoli. Should we name it Cannoli? We could call it Cannoli. I think Cannoli. Let's name it Cannoli. Yeah, we're gonna go with Cannoli. I kind of like the idea of this. JK Super Trooper, hello, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Was literally typing that. Stop. Listen, great minds think alike, okay? Great minds think alike. Absolutely, Ryad. Yeah, don't cut your finger again, all right? Or you get the finger whack. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired today, but other than that, I am super good. I am playing Stardew Valley for the very first time. I have no idea what's going on. I know this has been a popular game for years, but like 10 years. But yeah, this is my first time playing it, so no idea what I'm doing, and I'm just hoping for the best. I'm not gonna lie, hoping for the best at this point. I feel like I need more wood, maybe? How do I get up there? Hold up. Okay, but I'm not seeing... Oh, there it goes. I was like, why am I not seeing any wood? Give me your wood, bitches. Look at that. Look at that. I'm collecting wood, guys. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? Let's go. To be honest, I was typing Sir Poppy Chulo. Cannoli Bigglesworth? That's crazy. That is a hell of a name right there. That would be a mouthful. Imagine calling that cat to us. Oh, but it's good to see you, Kenzie. I'm glad you're doing well, my friend. Girl, when don't you need wood? You know what? This is true. I feel like I always need some wood. Okay? A girl always be in need of wood. Your axe isn't strong enough. Well, damn. All right. Not have to call me out like that publicly. Trying to tell me my tool is not good enough.
Yeah.
I think I'm insulted. Not knowing what to do and hoping for the best. Sounds like me on every game. You know what? Same. Same. JK, same. Listen, y'all know, if you've been in my space, I don't know, even just one time before, y'all know that I don't know what I'm doing in any game I pretty much play. I just vibe and hope for the best most of the time. And today's no different. Today is absolutely no different. Kind of reminds me of like, this kind of reminds me like of, what's it? Minecraft. I also don't really know what I'm doing in Minecraft either, if I'm being honest. I've played Minecraft a couple of times, but not enough consistently to like remember what I'm doing.
Falling at my those.
Hi, Soul Cake. How are you? It's good to see you. Can't wait to see who you romance. See, now this also surprises me. I'm not going to lie. I did not find out until like last night that apparently I'm supposed to romance people in this game. And I had no idea. So I'm kind of curious to see what this means. I also want to see who I romance. Do we have any suggestions for those of you that have played the game before as to who I should romance? And do I get something out of whomever I romance? Like I guess, are there perks? Are there perks to whomever I romance? I did keep asking you for wood yesterday. We were playing Raft. Liz and I were playing Raft yesterday. And I needed her wood. All right. I needed her wood. Who wouldn't want Liz's wood? All right. Liz, you can wood me anytime. I said what I said. Pets with long names always get... Oh, do they? Okay. So I guess cannoli then was a good choice. We just can cannoli it up. Yo, someone else lives here? Dude, I'm handling someone else's wood right now. I just realized that. I'm handling someone... You're starting to feel exhausted. Oh, then I better go to bed because I keep passing out. So, guys, if you see that I'm about to pass out, like, you are more than, like, welcome to yell at me because I think I've only gone to bed once in this game on my own. Every single other time I pass out. Like I said, backseating allowed. I definitely don't know what I'm doing. I'm a clown face. So if I'm exhausted, do I just go lay down over here? I assume. This help me? I don't know if I should go to sleep for the night. It kind of looks like daytime. All right, let me catch up. Yes, go for the emo dude. Emo dude. Okay, I won't go for the emo dude. Sebastian, they get to live with you. So wait, is Sebastian emo dude? Is this the same people? But you get a blue chicken if you marry the town. Wait a minute. Why do I get a blue chicken? That sounds very sus right now. And the fact that you put that emote with it tells me it is a little bit sus. I have questions. You're passing out from handling other people's wood. Is that what I heard? 110%. It gets tiring handling other people's wood. What can I tell you? You can romance both genders, so like go with who you want. All right, little void. But there's no like perks or anything to like one particular person. I am Coral. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. How are you? Andrew plays. Hi, how are you? Happy time zone to you. I hope you're well. How are you? All right, so I went to bed because it was telling me I was exhausted. Was I supposed to do that? Or is there another way to not be exhausted?
You used up your energy.
Okay.
And now you're getting energy back.
Now you listen to me, you little cupcake. Go drink some
water. You're not gonna like break the exhaustion thing, so you're gonna on your energy tomorrow.
Okay.
So come out here and pick these parsnips so you can get the farming experience.
Okay. Did Poggy ever come back in here? I know he crashed, but... I got you, Poggy. Thank you for the hydrate. I did hydrate, thank you. The emo dude is hot. So, for those of you just coming into stream, I will let you know that although this game has been out for 10 years, this is my first time really playing it. So, I apologize. If you have, like, anything to, like, tell me, if you want to backseat me, you are most welcome to do so. This is, like, really my first time playing, and I have no clue what the hell I'm doing. So, feel free to yell at me for any dumbassery you may see, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of it. Andrew! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right, you're not fucking new. I'm just saying, you're not fucking new. All right, so that and that. I'll keep my torch though. Wow, TJ, who actually is new, just redeemed it. TJ! You're new. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I promise to handle you with extra gentle hands, if that's what you want. Stop yelling at me. I can't help it. You redeemed Hi, I'm new, and you're not. I have to yell at you. It's kind of the rules. Carrot! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right, you're not fucking new, Carrot. I'm just saying. You're not new. You can't be new. I've known you forever.
No fighting.
You are not new. You are not even close to new, sir. How you going to claim new? How you going to claim new when you damn well know you are not? All right? You gon' listen, you get the head oh my god. Holy shit. Thank you for the nun. Thank you for the nun scare. Chaos. Chaos, I will tattle on you. That was you. Thank you. Thank you for the crowd control. And don't forget, guys, you get free crowd control coins. All right? Exclamation CC in the chat. And you can collect your free crowd control coins. So make sure you get your free coins. Ah, yes. Yes, please, mommy. I mean, mommy. Sorry, mommy. I mean, yes, please. That's right. You better be a good boy. You better be good. Imagine someone having amnesia and continuously pressing that they have to be new because they forgot. Junkie, did I not just see you redeem Hi, I'm new earlier? I'm just saying. The real CGC, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 3 resub. You are way too generous, seriously, but thank you. CGC, since you just got here, let me go ahead and say this to you because you are one of my beloved mods. Today is Mod Appreciation Day on Twitch. So, thank you. Thank you so much, my friend, for choosing to be a mod for me, for choosing to make my space feel safe, not just for me, but for members of the community. I am deeply grateful to you. Deeply grateful to you for the time and the energy that you give to me and this community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those of you that did not know that today's Mod Appreciation Day, if you are a streamer, please make sure that you thank your mods. Let them know. Let them know today that the service that they have provided to both you and your community is invaluable and is deeply, deeply appreciated. But yeah, it is Mod Appreciation Day, guys. So go love on your mods. I'm old. I'm 9,000 years old. You are not 9,000 years old, okay? You are not. Are you some type of vampire? I mean, if you're 9,000 years old, then I'm thinking you a vampire of some kind. I'm just saying. I came at the, oh my God, the worst possible time. I immediately got hit with the Dami Mommy voice. Listen, you love it, all right? CGC, you and I both know that you love when I use this voice. So I don't even want to hear it, right? I saw that notification about the mod team group. I don't really qualify for the application though, but deeply and truly appreciate you. And I'm very honored to be one of your mods. Love you, Cuppy. You're the absolute best. No, you are. You are. Every single one of you that give me your time and energy. Seriously, I am deeply grateful. I truly am. That's right. Pet the mods. Pet the mods. I'm Cupcake Vampire. Wait a minute. Are you telling me you're a frosted vampire? Like, what are you frosted with? Dare I ask? I'm kind of curious now. What did I say about behaving while I was gone? Oh yeah, I forgot. My bad. Listen, you know I'm not. You know, if I say that, I'm gonna get clipped. You know that I may not have the most innocent of moments. I'm not gonna say I'm naughty because, like, I know that that's what's gonna get clipped from you guys. But maybe some of my moments are not completely innocent. Sip ice cold water aggressively. Nuh-uh. Nope. CGC. You know, we have plans to play together soon. Maybe I'll just use this voice the entire time.
Did
Garlic.
you say pie?
Ooh, wait, what type? Banana pudding cream pie sounds delicious. Yes, please. Yes, please. Cuffy is very much naughty. Ooh, me? Carrot, I'm innocent. You of most people should know this. I'm an innocent sweet bean. Wait, did I just get banned? Okay, I thought I heard like the banned sound where like if you guys don't know, there's a channel point redeem about being banned and stuff like that, and it has like fire. And I was like, wait a minute, did I just get banned on my own stream again? I did get put in jail though. I did get put in jail. Liz, let me out, please. Please, let me out. I want to game with you. Put on my whipped cream. My cupcake looks nice. Damn. Andrew, you have a cupcake? I bet it looks nice. Give us an R. Okay. Let me clear my throat. You know what they say, guys. It's not about the ooh. It's about the ara. I don't know. I'm still sick, so I don't know how it came out. My fragrance is on and they love my smell. Candy, hello, welcome in. Happy times unto you. How are you? Now, what is your fragrance? Now I'm kind of curious. What is your fragrance? Ah! Oh my God, that gave me a heart attack. Cassie! You gave me a heart attack, woman. I'm just saying. Well, that's my favorite axe. I'm having a tough time without it. Whoever finds the thing. I mean, I guess I can accept the quest. I don't know how to find this axe. Let me go ahead and unmute and ask. So how do I just accepted a quest for finding an axe, and how do I do that? Oh.
I'll show you where it is. It's in the same spot every time.
Okay.
Oh no, it's math! Not math!
Not math!
Fucking gross.
Yuck! Who mathed me up? Oh my God, of course that was Rage. Hi, Rage. I love you too.
Come to the bus and come into town because we want to go to the Egg Festival.
How do I go to town and how do I go to the bus?
Okay, so to the right, leaving the farm to the right.
Okay.
Is the bus stop, and that's the way into town.
Ah, so I'm gonna go to the bus, right? No.
Keep going to the right. This area is the bus stop.
Ah, okay.
There you go. And now we have infinite time in here. Time does not pass in this.
Okay. All right, let me catch up.
As long as you do not talk to the mayor.
Cassie scared me. I love you, Cassie. Ooh, math. I like math. I wish I liked math. I hate math. I'm not gonna lie. I can't stand it. My fragrance is on. They love my smell. Wait, what was your smell again? I still got more money. Wait, is that your fragrance, Candy? But hi, Candy. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. W math, Cassie. I wish I liked math. I hate math. What can I say? I just love hearing you scream my name quietly. Rage.
Except for the wizard.
Rage, do you want to hear me scream your name? Hmm? All right. So where do I go in here? Who am I talking to?
Talk to whoever you want to.
Listen to me, you little
Oh.
cupcake. Go drink some water.
This is a festival day. Like everybody's gathered in town for.
Okay. I got some Miracle Grow.
Yeah, I got basic fertilizer. I think that's a crowd control. Yeah.
Welcome to the Egg Festival.
Give us that wood. Give us that wood.
Give us that wood. We need your wood, baby. I'm just spoke to Lay. Let's go. Okay. All right. I just met Elliot. He looks kind of fancy. Oh, Cassie, I think that's you. Okay, who's this person? George, look at this. I'm meeting all the townspeople. He's kind of...
Ooh, Huggy gave me a speed buff effect for 2 minutes. Maybe I will win the egg hunt now.
I'm still going around meeting all the peoples.
Yep.
Oh,
And once
Pam.
you've met everybody, the people that are marriage candidates will say bachelor or bachelorette or single. I forget which one.
Okay.
The single. It'll say single on when you go to your social page, and like it'll say single underneath their name.
Okay. All right, let me catch up. Cupcake, if you ever want to play a math game, I'm out of here. Yeah, you will
Let me get
never
a
find me
closer look.
playing a math game.
Yup,
I'm
you're
not
still
going to lie
cute.
to you.
Sorry,
I
wait,
hate
didn't
math.
look close enough.
Absolutely hate it.
Oh, wait,
Hate,
you're not
loathe, and
just cute,
despise
you're
it.
cute as fuck.
No, you cute. You cute as fuck, all right? You cute as fuck. Of course, why wouldn't I want to hear you scream my name? I mean, I cannot get you to yell at me for fixing your chibi height. I know, I still gotta fix the chibi. It's not gonna actually happen until I switch over to Mix It Up Bot. I'm not gonna lie. Once I switch over to Mix It Up Bot and Streamer Bot, I will be able to have that redeem again. But until then, you guys will not have Schmal Chibi Cuppy nor Kitty Cuppy until then, unfortunately. Deathstroke, you're cute, all right? Andrew, thank you for still being here, sweetie. I appreciate you, honey. I really do. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What the heck was that sound? I don't know what that was, but that was something. But yeah, for those of you that are new to my stream or didn't hear me earlier, this is my first time really playing this game. So I apologize, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just vibing. Slowly learning the game. Maybe, sorta.
Let me get a closer look.
Thank you for the
Yup,
lurk,
you're still cute.
Wooshi.
Sorry, wait, I
Thank
didn't
you,
look
thank you,
close
thank you. I appreciate
Oh,
you.
wait, you're not just cute, you're
Welcome
cute
into
as
my
fuck.
little space. You're cute, though. You're cute. All right? You're the cutie patootie. Wait, did I not talk to this person? I did not. Demetrius, egg, what a strange thing to eat. I mean, you're not necessarily wrong, but... All right, Pam, I got you. I got you. Oh, shit. Oh, my God,
Cubby,
that gave me a
can you
heart
have a
attack.
second? Come
That gave me
follow
a-
me.
Okay.
Hot cupcake.
Oh. Where did you go? Are you just behind the house? Okay. Am I supposed to talk to this dude?
Yeah.
Ooh, Pierre. Oh, he fancy.
Yeah, you have to actually talk to Pierre behind his shop for it to count to talk to him. Buying something from him does not count as interacting with him.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, please tell me those bombs. Wait. Wooshi. Wooshi. Did you bomb me? Hold up. Let me go look. Let me go look. Sent spawn bomb for 25. Did you spawn a bomb on me? Where did it happen? Like I said, this is the first time I'm playing this game, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I am not going to lie. So, I don't know what's going to happen here. Who's your favorite character in this game, Cuppy? I've never played at CGC. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've played this game, I think, one time on someone else's stream for an hour. So to say that, like, I literally have no idea what I'm doing would be an understatement.
I'm sorry, egg.
Ah! Oh my God! Crowd control whores. What was that? Listen, you scared me, okay? You absolutely scared me. Who did that, by the way? Rage! Rage! I see that was you now, okay? I see that was you. You little demon lord. Holy God, you gave me a heart attack.
I got a super meal. Yay!
Listen, you're the cutie. You're the cutie. I used to play this game and stream this game. Yeah, I have never done this. I don't know. I've watched many people play this game, but like I've interacted mostly with the streamer and not necessarily watched as much as the gameplay. So yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing, guys. Backseat game me, please. Where's my nut? You should be able to nut. What do you mean, where's your nut? Wait a minute. Are you talking about the emote?
I got cookies.
Oh, is this Sebastian? Sebastian's the dude I'm supposed to fucking romance, right? Some of you told me I need to romance Sebastian. I think Scarum plays Stardew Valley. Oh, I bet Scarum did. Absolutely. I bet Scarum doll does. Is that who you're talking about? I was giving the Princess Cuppy Wuppy a diamond and some cookies. Well, thank you. Thank you, Rage. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, Liz, are you talking about your emote? Because now I'm concerned that it's not there. I'm going to go look. Okay, it is there. I was like, wait a minute. Be a good night. Girl, I got scared. I was like, where is the emote? I was like, wait a minute. Liz, thank you so much for the big emote biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so I think I've met everybody. Wait, did I meet these people up here? No, I did not meet these people up here. Check your inventory, Cuppy. Ooh, okay, okay. Wait, am I not supposed to talk to this person? Thank you for the big emote biddies. Oh my god, that emote is so cute. Dino Lick, that's adorable, Liz. That is adorable. I gave you a super surprise. Okay, so inventory is escape, right? Oh, it's a super meal. Thank you for the super meal. How do I eat it? I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know how to eat it. Oh, what is this? Basic fertilizer. Oh, that's what you mean by diamond and cookies. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing in this game. I have no idea. Wait, I just got a super meal. How do I eat?
You can't hear.
Okay.
You're getting super meals from crowd control.
Yeah. Yeah, Rage gave it to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rage. Thank you for the super meal. Okay, so I think I met everybody.
Come over here to the mayor. Yeah.
Who's the oh my god. What the hell was that? Who did that? Who did that? Thank you for the clown. You gave me a heart attack. Wait, who did the clown one? I'm trying to look up here right now. Who did this?
All right.
It's not even telling me. Why is it not telling me? I like when it tells on you guys. Ah!
That one showed up on my
Oof.
screen.
That one gave me a heart attack.
On my
C4, by the way, I see you in the behind the scenes. Hi, C4. Okay, do you think everyone's ready?
No.
Yes, let's start.
I have hair.
What do you mean
Why
you
do
have
I
hair? Wait, you have hair? Who? Wait, on your character? Wait, which one are you now? Who are you? Get hairy, I guess.
Gives affect everybody. When you go through, and everybody's gone through this instruction, we will run around and collect as many eggs as possible.
Okay.
Am I going as hard as I can, or am I giving you a chance?
I mean, that's up to you.
If each of us collects 4, we each get a hat.
Oh, we can all get the hat?
Yep, if all 3 of us collect 4.
Okay. Run around and find brightly colored eggs.
Okay. Let the egg hunt begin. Wait. Why does it keep telling me to purchase Crowd Control Plus when I have it? That's so weird.
Probably if there's a
control.
there's a redeem to tell the streamer to do it.
Oh, okay, okay. Because I was like, wait a minute. I literally have it. How are you going to tell me to buy something I already have?
All right. Where are you, Cuppy?
Here. Wait, I think I see eggs.
Over here.
Wait, when you say over here, you don't look the same anymore.
Oh, yeah. Yep. One, right here. Click him. Click it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's another one here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 2. It's a crowd control option? Stop it. Is it really?
Yeah, there's a crowd control option to tell you to get pro.
That's crazy.
I think, 'cause
Alright, I only got 2 eggs, unfortunately. Sadly.
yeah, I went around trying to help you find eggs, and I didn't get the 6 we need in multiplayer to. So none of us get the hat.
That's okay.
Oh wait, I was still counting as if Poggy was here. Because if there were 4 of us, it would have needed 4 eggs. 3 people would need 5 eggs.
Who's the winner of the egg hunt?
I could have collected 15 eggs.
I hated the 3 bombs. I tried to spawn, didn't explode. I can go ahead and refund that. Hold up.
Yeah, maybe because in festivals the clock in festivals like that, the clock or the time does not actually pass. So you the bombs don't tick away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh my god, that gave me a heart attack. I think I just refunded all 3 of those bombs, Wooshi. So you should be able to. Good lord, that gave me a heart attack. Ah! Oh my god. That gave me a heart attack. That was good. It takes practice, Cuppy. Abigail has been the reigning champion for a while now, my beloved. I love Abigail, my favorite. Okay, so Abigail's... Oh, shit, fuck. Oh, my God. Heart attack. Okay, food is done. I'm going to lurk while I eat. Absolutely. Ryad, thank you so much for the lurkies. I hope you enjoy your foodies. Thank you, sweetie. All right. So, what do I do now?
You just
Where am I? Do I move? Can I move?
Progress through to the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, you're in a cutscene.
Okay, that explains a lot.
All right, now plant all the strawberries I just bought.
Wooshi! I am so sorry. I am so sorry that the refund didn't go through. I can try again. Let me put my character to bed and I'll try again. If I don't, like, chop my bed, apparently. Wait, what am I doing wrong? Oh, there I am. I'm like, wait a minute. What is going on here? All right, let's see. Let's try this again. Okay. Refund effect. Refund effect. Refund effect. Hopefully that works.
I overexerted myself.
If it doesn't, I'm not quite sure what to do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, though. I truly am.
Took me forever to walk back to my place, so I'm just gonna fall asleep here next to Cuppy.
Hey, I'm gonna change my music because I have already heard all of this. Let's see, what do we want to listen to?
Hi, Cuppy.
Hi. Ooh, look, I can pick more stuff.
Yep.
Sweet. Oh, there's a lot more to pick, maybe. Or not. No, those are not ready.
Those potatoes are ready.
They are? I'm not getting the little... Oh, I am now. My bad.
If you just hold right click and walk around, you'll pick up whatever's able to be picked up.
Oh, okay. That makes it a lot easier. Okay. Ah! Oh! Oh my god. Did that werewolf get you?
Werewolves. Werewolves.
Oh, I just completely jumped in my chair. Holy crap. So what is this green thing out there? Is that just a lily pad?
Yeah.
It's just a,
Is
just
it?
a lily pad. It's aesthetic only.
Okay. Thank you for the big emote biddies, Liz.
I can give Gunther a diamond.
You just got this game, so you're going to learn this game with me. That's what I'm hearing right now. I won't be the only one, like, completely lost in this thing. Wait, I think I need to, like, put stuff in my chest or whatever this is.
Filling up half the museum already.
Should I put that in there? I guess so.
I love that. I was just like, I'll give Gunther a diamond. Now let's see Cassie just going on a donation.
Ah!
A diamond.
Now you listen to me, you little cupcake.
Guess what I
Go drink
named the
some
farm?
water.
Wait, what did you name the farm? What did you name the farm? Thank you. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Freddie, you got me really good, you brat. Thank you so much for the Tangia. All right. So how can I tell what I need in this game? Because I really don't know what I'm doing yet. How can I tell what I need?
Okay. So if you're trying to, it depends on what you want to do. This is a game of do whatever you want. So like.
Okay.
Like what you need is a bit ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking to complete the community center? Like that's like the story is like complete the community center or work for Joja and give them a bunch of money and such to do what the community center would have done.
Mm-hmm.
If you want so if your goal is to
Hi Tay, how are you?
see what bundles are available and what's needed in those bundles. You can also click the if you hit escape, there's a little tree looking icon. You can click that and see what is missing for the various bundles.
Okay, hit escape. What tree looking icon?
On the far right, above the organized.
Your community center thing?
Yes.
Okay.
That lets you check what bundles need to be done.
Okay.
What's in it.
Okay.
You can't put them in there.
Chandria, get some good sleep, my love.
You can check what's needed from that little tab.
Thank you so much for spending your time with me tonight. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good time at your event. But thank you. Thank you so much. You get the best sleepies, all right? Get the best sleepies, and I hope you have a fabulous day tomorrow.
I can't keep looking at this hair.
Did I just hear you say I can't keep looking at this hair?
Yes.
Yeah, it's jarring, isn't it? I couldn't even find you. I'm not going to lie. I was like, wait a minute.
Why the hell am I
That doesn't
bald?
look like
What?
you. Wait a minute.
I went bald too, but not with the normal for me. What
Do
is
you
this?
just
This
bald
is not my
Poggy?
normal bald.
Bro just took my hair. What the hell?
I'm pretty sure I balded everybody. Or, everybody's hair color. Or hair, not hair color.
I will say my hair is
Mine is
shorter.
like-
Yeah, I think mine is different, but I do have it still.
Yeah, no. It's randomized for each person. Not everybody gets the same thing. Hair.
Mine did not change at all.
Are you?
Wait! Ah! I'm bald!
Because Liz changed my hair again and gave me. Liz gave me hair and took it from you.
I got jump scared by my baldness, I'm not gonna lie. Because all of a sudden I was like, wait, who, what, he, what? Yeah. Liz, you jump scared me through balding me. That's kind of crazy, woman. I'm just saying. Kind of crazy.
Only a little bit, though. Only a little bit.
Ah! Oh my god, and then there was a bald baby in my face. Who just threw the baby at me? Liz?
I got buzzed, bro.
Was that not you? Well, who was that? Why? You know what? I don't understand what's going on, but right now crowd control is not telling on everybody. So there are people that are like doing things and it's not telling me, like when I go to look at my OBS. So I figured that was you. My bad. But you out here balding me. That much you doing? Oh my god, look at me. At least I can find myself probably pretty easy now. I don't blend in with the dirt anymore. I'm kind of shiny.
Blend in with the dirt. With your ball.
Because my hair was like brown, so I kind of blended in with dirt. Ah! Wait a minute, did you just give this man pigtails? Freddy, thank you so much for the tangy, you brat. I hope you could tell I jumped. Oh, shit, I got hair again. Yo, am I a dude? I think I'm a dude. Yeah, I'm a fucking dude.
I can't tell if I'm a girl because, like,
Yeah, that's a dude. I look like Poggy. I'm not gonna lie, Poggy, I look like you.
who's your character?
Look, doesn't that look like Poggy?
I don't see you on your stream.
You don't? I'm like right here. Oh. You know what? It's because I'm behind myself.
Oh,
My bad.
you walk behind. Wait,
There I am.
so
I'm a Poggy.
you don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Why do you sound offended? I mean, I'm like, because I'm not you. Also not a dude.
Now you listen to me, little cupcake. Go drink some water.
Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, thank you for the cookies. Listen, I will never turn down cookies. I'm very pro cookie. Okay. Very pro cookie. Thank you for the cookies. Thank you for the hair, Liz. I am definitely Poggy. Holy shit, it really does look like him. It does. It does. Right?
Well, not now.
I am Poggy. Yes, now. How does that not look like you?
Because your head's
Let me see,
fucking
hang on.
buzzed. That's a buzz cut, bro.
I mean, okay, but if you had short hair, this would be you.
Far from it.
There's blue eyes and everything there, okay? Wait, what's wrong with me? Yo, there's something wrong with me.
We got tipsy.
Oh, we got tipsy? Okay, I was gonna say, I'm flashing, man.
So we're slowed down.
My head isn't buzzed like that. I'm offended now. What the fuck? You know what? Chill your roll. Chill your roll, Puggy. He's so offended, Cassie. He is hella offended right now. I soak cookies in milk before eating them, and I prefer them soft, chewy, and fresh out of the oven. I prefer them fresh out of the oven, but I don't like my cookies in my milk. I will say that. Now we'll talk about how I look buzzed to you. Wait, why when you said it, that sounded sus as fuck. That sounded sus as fuck, Poggy. Why did that sound so sus? Wait, who sent me mail?
We can start
I'm still fucked up, apparently.
chopping down on
Liz, you're gonna learn this game with me. That's all I gotta say. All right, you go and figure this out with me. Didn't I just go to an egg festival? I am so confused. I just went to an egg festival. How many? Yo, Why do I have mail saying I'm going to an egg festival tomorrow? Didn't I not just come from an egg festival?
Because you didn't pick up the mail the day before.
Oh, okay. I just thought this town was egg crazy. I didn't know. All right, that makes sense.
No, if you don't pick up a piece of mail, and then you read them in order.
I could change your mind. Probably, I'm willing to try. I mean, you can listen. I'm willing to have you try too. It's cookies. It involves cookies. I'm down with that. Been a super long time since I played Stardew. So, Freddie, you've played this game? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. Obviously, none whatsoever. Me learning a game on stream as opposed to like off stream is a whole different adventure. Y'all get to see my extreme doofery when I try to learn a game on stream. Groundhog Day, but it's an egg festival. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like I get it. Like I used to like Easter egg hunts when I was a kid too. But yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Why are these people going twice in a row? Got a little bit of some problem there. Ah, okay. I have to get better about checking the mail. So, Freddie, do you remember how to play this game? Oh, Freddie, I don't remember if you answered me last night when we were in Poggy's stream. Are you going to come be a dino with me tomorrow? We're going to be playing the Isle tomorrow. So if anybody wants to come be a dinosaur, you are welcome to come play. I thought, no, I don't eat runny eggs. Liz, you going to get the serious voice now, and you are definitely getting the finger wag. Those yolks are cooked all the way through, Miss Ma'am. All the way through. All right? I'm just saying. We don't do no runny eggs here. Nope. No runny eggs. A couple of friends and I ended up with a massive set of cross. Ah, okay. So you could teach me to play this game too. KB, welcome in, KB. You missed it. I was thanking everybody earlier at the beginning of my stream. Today is Mod Appreciation Day. If you guys don't know, today is Mod Appreciation Day. A huge thank you to every single one of my mods for making me feel safe, for making my community safe and sound. I deeply appreciate all of the time and energy each and every one of you puts into me as well as this stream space. Thank you. But yes, guys, today is Mod Appreciation Day. So make sure that you thank your mods. If you're going live, thank them live. If you're not going live, do a Discord announcement, but make sure your mods get recognition, all right? That is a volunteer job that people take time out of their life to be in your stream space, to take care of you and your community. And it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing. Happy Moderation Day. Yes, for all the mods, y'all the best. Exactly. Rocket, thank you. Thank you as well. Freddie, thank you. Since you guys are just coming in, let me make sure I thank you guys. I thanked everyone else earlier. KB, thank you as well. I really do appreciate the time and the energy that you put into my space in making me feel more comfortable, me feel more safe, as well as that of my community. It means the world to me, and I don't take it lightly that you give me that time and energy. Truly, truly, truly. I'll gladly put whatever you want into you, Cuppy. Freddie, I would never have guessed that you might feel that way. Thank you, Freddie. Thank you. Cuppy, thank you for being my mod too.
God, I look like
Liz,
Mitchell.
when I'm able to be there, it is absolutely my pleasure. I hope you know, girl. I absolutely fucking love you. And for every single one of you for which I am a mod, please know that for my part, as much as I'm able to be there, I am deeply grateful that you trust me enough with that sword. Because I think a lot of people don't realize truly how much trust it takes to give someone a mod sword. It should take a lot. If you take this space serious, if you take your community serious, and you take yourself serious, then giving someone a mod sword is a very serious thing. They have the power to do things in your stream that can be harmful. And so just know that I am grateful and I am honored to hold a mod sword in any of your streams. So, thank you. Listen, Bruce is a bitch. Don't get me talking about Bruce, all right? Yeah, y'all gonna start talking about Bruce on Raft. You know, y'all gonna get a mouthful. I was saying some fuck-ass shit about that dumbass shark last night. Bruce is a bitch, all right? He's an absolute bitch. I said all kinds of crazy stuff last night. Like, okay, I was playing Raft a little with, like, Rocket and Liz before we joined Poggy on his stream and stuff. They'll tell you, I was talking massive shit on that fuck-ass shark. Takes as much trust to give someone your mod sword as it takes to give them your pork sword. You know, I would think it would actually take a bit more for the pork sword. I'm just saying, okay? That should take a bit more. I like how Poggy's just like, man. Let's see. Hello, dear. I know you're just getting started as a gardener, so I wanted to give you a little tip. Most crops only grow in one season. When summer arrives, your spring crops will all die out, so plan ahead. Thank you, Granny. Thank you, Granny, because I don't know what I'm doing in this game, so help me. Help me, bitch. I'm in a rare mood tonight. I feel like this is your mood every night. What are you even talking about? This is not rare for you, okay? This is Freddy. I'm literally screaming right now. You're not the only one that talks smack about that shark. I hate that shark so much. That is such a bitch-ass shark. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I can go in here. What's in here? Yo. Hold up. I don't know what this space is. I don't think I've ever been... I've never been in here. Yo, I can do things in here? Oh my god. What can I do in here? Do I have to hit this thing? I do love you regardless, Freddy. Mwah. I love you regardless. Honestly, it's part of your charm, to be honest.
Hey, Hydra.
Cuppy, please let me once again tell you how absolutely honored I am to be one of your trusted mods. I am ever so grateful to have met you and be introduced to you, and to have become a part of this amazing community as well. It's a rare thing these days to find such a loving family. And I say everyone in here is absolutely worthy to be called my family. I love you, Cuppy, and I love all of you guys. Mwah. I love you, CGC. Truly, I absolutely adore you. Every single interaction with you has been nothing but light and love and positive, and I am deeply grateful to have you in my community, in my space, and in my life. So thank you, my friend. For some reason, Cuppy, my sword's always pointing at you, and some magic happens and it grows bigger. I can't imagine why, Rocket. I feel like it's inherent in your name. Your name is Rocket. You know? Blast off. I'm gonna dip out, Cuppy. Gonna do dishes and team stuff. Okay, absolutely, Poggy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. That cave is an upgrade later. Oh, so you'll never have to wait for that event. Okay, so I can't do anything in here, damn it. Okay. Oh, shit. What is that? And how did you happen to me? I must have pushed a button I haven't pushed before and I didn't know about it. All right. There we go. I'll rock your world. I mean, again, once again, I feel like it's inherent in the name. I would expect nothing less of you, all right? I expect you to have a rocket, and I expect you to rock it. I said what I said.
Love you can pour water on the torches and they don't go out.
Hold up. Why am I stuck in this hole? Why can't I get out of here? I figured you'd want to clip that. Cuppy wants Rocket to blast off. Chad heard it here first. Oh my god. Listen. Rocket doesn't need your help, Freddy. I thought, listen, last night you were wanting to flirt with me, Freddy. How are you going to help Rocket flirt with me when you could easily be doing it? OG! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right? You're not fucking new. I'm just saying. You're not fucking new. Why do I once again come back at the worst time after eating food? You know, I feel like, is it truly the worst time? Or is it more like, wait, what is that? The best time? Might be more like the best time. I'm just saying. Mizuwu, hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Happy time zone to you. I hope you're doing well, my friends. Wait, can I go ahead and blast that thing? Yeah, it looks like I can. I mean, I always want to flirt with you, but I can't take you from everyone, you know? You mean you don't want to take me from everyone? Freddy, this surprises me. I thought you did. Oh, wait, is that not strong enough? I guess that's not strong enough. Okay. I'm doing good. I got Chipotle. Oh my god, I am jealous. I'm totally jealous. I love Chipotle. I haven't had it in a minute though. Okay, my day is better. Thank you. I'm glad that your day is better. So was it kind of icky earlier? If so, I am sorry. Hopefully it was not. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired today. I didn't get much sleep last night. But that's okay. It's been like that this past week and we just vibe. We vibe with it at this point. But I'm glad you're well. If you can buy the honey chipotle chicken they got right now is bomb. Is it? Okay. So if I were to order some, that's what I need to order. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm going to have for dinner. I got to think about this. What do I have in the house? I have a bunch of stuff that I got from Trader Joe's this week. So I might have some Indian food because I've got that in the house. Wait, that is not... I would need a different tool for that. But I probably will order? Okay. I don't know what I just said there. I'll probably order some Chipotle now that you mentioned it sometime this week. Because it's been a minute. And if they've got something new that's going to be like limited time, I want to go ahead and try it before they get rid of it. I do, but I respect your freedom and choices. That way you can be extra freaky when it's just the two of us. Freddy! Stop it! Stop it! You're gonna get me all blushy, sir. Oh. Get sour cream and mix Chipotle. Ooh. Vinaigrette with it? I love sour cream. I haven't had sour cream in a hot minute, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't had Mexican food in a hot minute, if I'm being honest, now that I think about it. Lately, if I've been wanting to get food out, I've been getting things like, honestly, Indian food's been my main thing lately. I've been wanting some Thai food. I have not had Thai food in like... Probably like 3 years or so. The person that I was dating really hated Thai food. And so we just never got any Thai food. So I feel like I need to get some Thai food. It was Blotty, you yelled at me? Listen, I'm going to put an extra spark on it then. OG! You're still not new! Right, you're still not fucking new. I plan on doing much worse than that, hun. You're going to have a full body blush and then some? Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta look away now. I gotta look away. You'll make me... I don't even have anything to say now. Ah! What the fuck? What exploded? Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me. Damn. Damn.
Okay, got a door.
You know what they say, Cuppy? The spicy stuff happens behind closed doors and off camera. Oh, yeah, definitely off camera. I am not show and telly.
Oh, wow. That was lucky.
Hi, Roxy. How are you, sweetie? It's good to see you. Happy time zone to you, sweetie. So, like, what are we supposed to do with our stuff? I don't know, Liz. I have no idea. If you want to come join us, you're welcome to do so. Because Poggy's not going to come join us right now. He went to go do dishes and stuff. So if you want to come play with us, like, girlfriend, come join. Aw, been having a bad day. I'm sorry, Roxy. I'm sorry. But whatever's going on right now, I am truly sorry. I hope whatever it is resolves itself in the best way possible. But yeah, I'm sorry, sweetie. If I haven't left Cuppy in a melted, quivering puddle, then I've not done my duty properly. Freddie, I feel like you would always do your duty. Can I just say that you have an intriguing laugh? Thank you. Thank you, Junkie. Yeah, I have kind of a chaotic giggle. I like to think of it as. Wait a minute, that looks like a smiley face. Is that purposeful? I'm just noticing this. It looks like a smiley face, right? Wait a minute. Is there a smiley face randomly in my dirt? And by the way,
randomly.
did you do that? By the way, I don't know that you exploded that bomb, sir. Uh-huh.
Well, there's a ladder down the. Oh, we already found one. Never mind. I exploded that bomb trying to get a detonation to help us in the mine.
Ah, okay. Cinny!
Anything that played through you is everyone. I think anybody that plays one through me has played everyone. I'm just using my coins in yours because that's fair.
Cinny! It looks like a smiley face.
I would be able to play them infinitely. That's just not fair. If I am
That's fair.
Playing to things
If it works for you.
Cinny, I need help. I don't know what's going on in this game. Why did you not teach me this game before? We've been friends for like 6 years, and you out here playing this game and not teaching me is crazy.
It might not work for you.
Yeah, Liz, I don't know. I don't understand the crafting. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what I'm doing. Don't make me bring out the command. Oh my God, you're so funny. To my level best, of course. Got to see what registers we can make your voice at when we hit singing. When we start singing. Oh my God. I can mess you up with these coins. CGC, I'm already messed up, sir. I'm already messed up. Bring up your menu. Cinny, there's room if you want to come join and help me, just so you know. Like, you or Liz, because Poggy's not going to be able to play right now. All right, what am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah, okay. It says waiting for other players. So I'm in bed. I'm all snuggled in bed.
Okay.
How the fuck am I going to help you? Liz, I don't honestly know. It just, to take the pressure off me, like, I'll just be like, you know what? Liz doesn't know what she's doing. I'll just throw you under the bus. Love you. No, I wouldn't really do that. Maybe. I'm playing Dinos with Kyle. Wait a minute. Did you actually get him on that server, or are you guys on a different server?
I'm running back.
I'm over here asking you questions. Yep, but I'm lost. I've been on a Dino hiatus and I need it. I completely understand that.
I can tell you for sure I'm not making it back to my house. I might make it back to
Liz out here hang up on me with Poggy. Wait, how are you hanging up on Poggy? I am confusion. Okay, so that makes sense. I'm sure he told you that we tried to get him on the voice thing the other day and it wasn't quite working.
Not in the companies, but somebody's.
Oh, they're ganging up on you. Okay, that makes sense.
Hey, so I was thinking.
Good. Make him go eat all the other dinosaurs, because I feel like if he plays that game and gets to eat the other dinosaurs, he'll actually be happy. Shine Wolf, hello, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you for the Tangia. I have to look at his stuff for you, but he's oh my God. What was that? Horrifying. Thank you for the crowd control, Brat. Thank you. Oh, shit. Okay, let me go read my mail, because I remember now. This is the first thing I gotta do every day. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Copy missed my things. Wait, what things did you say? I can mess you. No, I said I wait, what things did you do? I had been asking about the turtle peen in my face, but Liz did point out that there's no proof it's a boy. So, thank you for using the turtle to do what he does. All right, I'm gonna say that. Do what he does. Dear neighbor, I hope you're feeling settled in your new home. I am writing to let you know that Pierre's store is now selling fertilizers. Why don't you swing by and see if you can afford a few dozen boxes or so? I mean, sure, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this game. I might as well go buy something. It's kind of like life. You know what you're doing. Just go buy something. You know what? Retail therapy. What's up? Okay, thank you for the suckage. Who's sucking on me? Senji? Senji? I see you sucking on me. Thank you for sucking on me. Wait, look! Look, guys, you see I'm not crazy. Look at the train. This is what I was talking about before. I guess, like, crowd control on Stardew, I don't know, because I've never seen this before, has some kind of, like, hype train that goes through the game. I have never seen that before. That is insane. Thank you for the hype train. That also is in Stardew, I guess. All right. Choo-choo and Stardew.
Again, Edgar, you can take anything on mine.
All right, let me catch up, because I know I'm so far behind now. Cuppy missed my things. Wait, what did I miss? Nothing? Nothing? Now I'm sus. I'm sus of this. What things did I miss? Because I obviously missed something. You have to do quests from the villages, especially the mayor. Okay. I think you need to carry me through this game, Cindy. You're going to teach me this game off stream at some point, okay? Like, where's this fucking mayor? I guess I'll go find the mayor. I definitely didn't redeem anything in particular. Hold up. That's very sus. Draco. I see you, Draco. Hi, Draco.
Short sword.
Oh, I see a couple of gremlins in here. I see you, little gremlins. I see you. I won't name all of you because some of you haven't spoken in my stream yet, but I see you, gremlins. Oh, shit. Why does that look like that?
Draco is...
That's crazy. Freddy.
Really
What is a wilderness golem? Am I gonna die? I feel like anything that says wilderness goblin, I'm dying. Or, hold up. Yeah, this way. What is going on here? Sheila! Hi, Sheila. How are you? It's good to see you. Now I'm tired and I got all this wood and no raft to throw it on. Liz, why are you so wooded up? Yo, just swing that shit around, woman. Just swing it around. I definitely didn't redeem anything. I'm very sus of that. What is that? What is that? How are you, though, Sheila? Jax, what's up, Jax? How are you? It's good to see you. Hello, kinky farm girl. Look at me. I'm wearing my little glasses. I look like a little kinky farm girl nerd. How are you, Jax? It's good to see you, my friend. Not me just lurking a gremlin. Yeah, I will fucking call you out. I will call... Hey! What is that? Oh my god, I just died to something. I was knocked unconscious.
Ow, ow, ow.
I am so lost right now. Yeah, I'm gonna call you out. I will call you out, Draco. Hi, Draco. How are you? I hope you've had a good weekend so far. Nothing much. Playing Satisfactory with a friend. Oh my god, Satisfactory is a great game. Satisfactory is an absolutely great game. I played it with my friend Kyle and Sin for Toast, and oh my god. That was horrifying. Who did that? Who did that? Ryad! I will out you. Get tattled on. Ryad! I see you. I see you.
A little bit of energy back.
Got wood, pour warm water. Wait,
And let's go.
why would I pour warm water?
Better sword stuff.
Is there something I need to know? Now I'm sus.
Oh, no.
If you don't go to sleep before midnight, you die or lose money or items. Yeah, but there was a monster there. Wasn't there a monster? Oh, Dr. Harvey charged me how much? And I lost something from my backpack? Yeah, there was a monster there, though. I think it was You did! It was you, Freddy. Freddy dropped some type of thing on me. He dropped a skeleton mage. Yeah, that's it. Brat. Thank you for the crowd control. Don't forget, guys, exclamation CC to collect your free crowd control coins, all right? You make sure you collect the free ones.
Health is a little-
Bro, that pickle? Wait, what pickle? Who showed me their pickle? Oh, shit. Yo, was that the baby hippopotamus? And did somebody place him strategically somewhere? I do believe so. Who are you? Who are you? Roxy, I see you. I will tattle on you. I'm good, hun. Just got done with some D&D and figured I'd pop back in since you're still going. Draco, I appreciate you, my friend. How did D&D go? How are you, though, Sheila? It's so good to see you, sweet. I can't talk. My mouth doesn't mouth. My mouth be stroking, as Cindy would say. There isn't a monster in the city, though, unless they can spawn one. You can spawn one. You can. They used crowd control coins. Freddy used crowd control. I can't speak. Yep, I can't speak. Freddy used crowd control coins on me and spawned a monster on me and took away my ability to speak, apparently, since I now speak nonsense. Wait, do I leave this way? Welcome back, Unicorn. Oh, yes, it was so cute. Wasn't a little pygmy hippo so cute? It was so cute. All right, so... All right, I think I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive. All right, let me go talk to this person. Who's this person? No. Oh, you're not a person! Oh my god, you're not a person! It stays there!
Oh no, copy.
I didn't know that bitch stayed there. That's crazy! Freddy! Freddy, you get spanks. Spanks. The players are making progress. They have successfully escaped kidnapping pirates and stole a ship. Let's fucking go. Cuffy, I love you. I love you, Sheila. Mwah. I hope you're doing well, my friends. I hope you're doing well. I know it's Sunday for you. I hope you're having a good Sunday. I regret nothing. I bet you don't. I bet you don't, brat. I had no idea. I go out there. I'm just like strolling out there and I'm like, oh, there's a nice little person for me to go say hi to. CGC. CGC, did you send a turtle to hump me? Did you send a turtle to hump my face? Is that what you just did? I said what I said. Aw, Sheila, I bet. Then you get some me time. You get a little bit of me time. Gotta do this since Poggy will bully me if I keep flirting. Poggy is a bully. Pass it on. I like to say Poggy is a meanie. Pass it on. That's what I usually say about Poggy. I'm like, Poggy's a meanie. Pass it on. I didn't do nothing. You absolutely did something, sir. All right. I see you in my OBS. All right. I see you. Oh, wait, come here. Talk to me. You actually look like a person that I can talk to. It pays the bills. Cool, Emily. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Who are you? All right. I get to meet Alex. Hang out, soak up some rays. I was going to say, I thought it said rags for a second. I didn't, I don't know why I was soaking up rags, but okay. The turtle is wingman in CGC. I think the turtle is. I think, the turtle is expressing, shall we say. Wait, did this man just come out of this house? Or that's a saloon. If I go in there, oh wait, can I talk to more people in here? Hold up. See, I'm slowly learning this, guys. Slowly. Come here. I don't think I've spoken to some of you people. What the hell is that?
Oh god.
What the fuck was that? Is that dragons? Are there dragons in this game? Was that dragons?
Not nice. Yeah, well, serpents, but yeah, effectively dragons.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. What the heck was that? I had to perform emergency surgery on you. Be more careful next. How can I be more careful when things just suddenly appear on me? How are they going to charge me so much money?
1,000 gold for the hospital visit. Luckily, I didn't.
Oh.
I don't know why it was 1,000?
Yeah, why is it 1,000? Doesn't that seem kind of pricey?
It's supposed to be 5% of your max energy. Ooh, the Linus cutscene.
It's nighttime. I'm gonna go home and go to sleep over here. Because I have a feeling I'm about to meet something else that's gonna kick my ass. Sips tea aggressively. I know this is you, CGC. I know all of these are you. You a brat. Alright? You wanna get spankies. CGC is a meanie. Pass it on. Oh my god, there's more serpents!
Yeah.
There's serpents near my house!
Yep.
Alright, I'm in bed. I'm trying to avoid the serpents.
I'm not gonna try to run past them because I'm already so low health. I'm joining
Yeah, CGC is being a brat. He's like, tee I see you. I see you, brat. Ah! Cassie, what do you mean by W serpent? Did you die by it?
I did not. I ran inside, but they're my favorite.
Oh God! Oh God! Watch out! There's a bad bitch out there. Oh, it can come inside. What if I go to sleep? What if I go to sleep? I'm sleeping. Can you kill me while I'm sleeping? Aha! Nah. Neener, guys. You can't get me when I'm sleeping.
I couldn't get away. Getting knocked around and frozen.
I just choked on my neener. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God.
Wow.
I did. I had to mute for a second and like choke to death. Oh my God. Now you're trapped. How the turns have tabled. Okay, CGC has trapped us with the serpents. Are you guys also trapped, or is it just me?
Well, I got knocked out and taken over to the hospital, so no, I'm not trapped, but
Trapped by flying
They
snakes.
did not bother me.
Yeah, and they're kind of big flying snakes, no less.
I think they had a better target.
That sounded nasty. Listen, Jokey, I can't help it. Look at them. Look at them. They're trying to kick my ass. If others are talking, we can't hear them. Wait a minute. Can you guys not hear Discord? What the hell? Can you guys talk real quick? Because apparently they haven't been able to hear Discord.
really? You guys can't hear us? Hello?
Can you guys hear Discord? Very quiet. Okay. How is that? Is that better?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right, hold up. Thank you for telling me that. I had no idea that you guys could not hear Discord. A little better, but still quiet. That is crazy. Okay. How about now? Can you guys talk again?
Hey, how's this, guys? This working for you?
There might or might not be a golem. Much better.
All right, good to hear it.
Yeah, that's strange. It should not be like that. For stream, you guys should be fully able to be heard. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but we'll have to fix that at some point. Yes, there are actually people here. I am not randomly insane and speaking to myself, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, I thought you were playing solo until I saw the shared chat. I am so sorry. No, I am actually playing with Ancient Hydra as well as
Hello.
Cassie. So if you guys are not following them, please consider dropping a follow. If I could get a mod to go ahead and shout out both Cassie and Ancient, since nobody knew I was playing with these people. I'm so sorry. I love you guys. All right, I'm gonna try to get up and see how this works. No. You know what? Okay, fine. I'm just gonna run. Oh my God, you can't outrun them. I'm trying to outrun them. Can I wait? Can I fight you? No, that's a fishing pole. Wait, hold up. Do I not have weapons?
You know that's a fishing pole.
I thought I had maybe like a weapon of some sort that I could like, slap a bitch, but apparently not. Ah, damn it. I thought you didn't want us to hear them. No, I absolutely do. When I do a collab, it is meant to be like, how do I want to word this? When I do a collab with people, especially with people on my teams, it is meant to promote them in large part. So I will always want you guys to be able to hear the people in my Discord unless I'm deafening for some reason out of respect to them. Oh my God, who just gave me their banana?
I'm coming back.
So I am so sorry,
Hey,
guys. I'm so
I
sorry
killed
that you
the
guys only had
serpent
a
with a
portion
block.
of the experience.
Like I defended myself and it died.
I'm too loud. Okay, hold up. Let me fix everybody here. You are too loud, so we'll lower you. Hydra, we'll make you louder. Cassie, hopefully they can hear you well. Poggy, I think I adjusted your volume properly now. So let's see how this goes.
Testing, testing.
We can hear you.
I swear to God, ever since like the other night when the power went out, like all kinds of weird things have happened now. I had weird like video earlier issues, audio issues. I don't know.
Forgot that Cuppy's house was
It could be
infested.
due to the Windows update. I don't know. I've returned after eating. I'm a very happy man now. I am glad to hear it. What did you have, if you don't mind sharing? I haven't figured out what I'm going to have for dinner yet. Let's see. It is, what, 8:30 my time? So I need to start thinking about what is for dinner. Turn me down quite a bit more. All right, I got you. All right, that should be good, Poggy. Hopefully that's good.
Testing, testing. Copy stream.
Weird things. All you need is a dog named Courage. Wait,
Hi,
what is that from? Is that from something?
You want to come back?
Ah! What the hell was that sound? Who was screaming in my ear?
Whoever sent
gave me a
that
heart
was
attack?
mean. I was giving my kitten a little bit of affection as you did that, and it made me jump and scared him.
Still out, but can go down more. Okay. I had myself a chicken. Ooh, saladish sandwich from Subway. That sounds delish. That sounds delish. All right, Poggy. Hopefully that's better now. It's so crazy that there are so many weird audio issues. No, Miss Sue, you're good. You're good. That was funny. Now the sound is perfect. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy it didn't work when I was there. Hate my... Listen, Jax, there is actually... Fuck. Right as I look back at my screen, I die. There is actually a TikTok, Jax, and that you can be heard in very, very clearly. I'm just saying.
High five.
I put up a TikTok. I think it was a few days after like my last IELTS stream.
Again?
And you can
Yeah, she's
very clearly
probably-
be heard.
Paused talking to chat and getting mobbed.
I made an oven-baked chicken with carrots. Ooh, that sounds delicious. That sounds absolutely delicious. Oh no, I lost my rusty sword. And an iron bar. I don't know where I got the iron bar from. Damn. I didn't allow that. Sir, I warned you that you were going to be on there. You and your cute little French accents. Wait, let me talk to this dude. Come here. I don't know if I talked to you yet. Remember to cover your mouth when you sneeze. I mean, thank you? No fucking way. What are these fuck-ass things? Go away. Oh my God.
Freddy.
There is no way. There is no way. Freddy, I will spank you. I'm gonna spank you, Freddy. You gonna get the spankies. Now, I know you want the spankies, but you gonna get the spankies, all right?
All right. Well, we can't make any money anymore if we're gonna keep getting attacked by high level mobs. They're just gonna keep knocking us out and killing our money.
I had a chocolate chip muffin earlier today. Short microwave, and it's so good. I'd prefer a nice cupcake, though. A cupcake is extra delicious. You know why? It's the frosting. It's the frosting and the filling, okay? That sounds great. Food is great. I just forget to eat frequently. I totally get that. I get yelled at frequently in this stream for not eating as often as I probably should. I had to perform emergency surgery on you. Listen, I got nothing for you, dude. Listen, you and I just should get in a relationship, Dr. Harvey, because I have a feeling like I'm going to be in debt to you for my entire life. Okay? I'm greatly amused. I bet you are, you little gremlin. I bet you are. Thank you for the crowd controls, gremlin. Whoa. Hold up. I look different.
We're not from the same sex.
What is that? I heard something crazy. What the hell was that? What was that? Oh shit, I need to go to sleep. It's nighttime. I'm gonna pass out soon. Oh my god. Cuppy, I need you to sit down. Same, listen to what I have to say today. Dolphin! You're not new! Alright, you're not fucking new. None of you are new. TJ is new. But now that I've yelled he's not new anymore. He was new at the beginning of stream. He's not new anymore. Are you offering one then? Is that what you're saying? Oh shit! There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. There's no way. Oh my god, there's way. Ah! Holy crap. Oh my god. That's it. I'm spanking! I'm spanking! All of you! Senji, oh, they're not very audible. So what was that? Was that a blurp or was that a tangia? Did you eat today? I had an Amy's bean burrito, is what I've had so far today. Forgetting to eat is a vibe, and I'm right there with you. Yeah, it kind of is. Oh my god. Roxy. Roxy, thank you so much for the 5,000 biddies. It is a rare moment that much gets dropped in one single shot here. I'm fucking blown away. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 5,000 biddies. I'm absolutely fucking floored. Absolutely floored. Yeah, absolutely floored. I don't know what to say. Serious, thank you. Thank you so much for the 5,000 biddies. You are way too generous. And like my hand is itching to spank, all right? Spanky spankies. But thank you. Thank you, my friend. I do appreciate it. I will spank you though, all right? I will spank you. Thank you though. That finally made me jump. Listen, I always jump. I always jump. I will always jump. The house is diabolical. Wait, what house is diabolical? My own house? Probably. My own house is probably diabolical.
Oh, what?
Ah! Oh my god, Ancient Hydra gave me a heart attack. Holy shit, Ancient Hydra, they gave me a heart attack. By the way, I love your copium emote that you have
lag
from Mizuwu and stuff. I actually just learned what copium was maybe about 4 months ago or something like that. I did not know what it was prior, so I love it. I like that as long as we don't talk about food, I'm good. I'm going to have to talk about food soon. I am going to have to talk about food soon. I just don't know what I'm going to have. Freddy! Freddy. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subbies. You also way too generous, all right? The finger is out. You may not be able to see the finger, but the finger do be wagging at the moment. All right, you can kind of tell by how the fucking VTuber moves and stuff that you getting the finger wag, okay? Because the head be, shaking back and forth. So, Roxy and Freddie, finger wag to each of you. You are way too generous, but thank you to both of you.
We're
Now,
waiting on couples,
spankies, all right? If you consent, spankies. I know Freddie consents. Okay. Seriously, though, thank you guys. I forgot to leave the hospital. Listen, I am so thrown away. Thrown away? I'm thrown away? I can't speak. I'm so taken aback. Taken aback. There it is. I couldn't get my words out. I'm so taken aback. I forgot to leave the hospital. But thank you guys. Thank you. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I think I'm just jibber-jabbering now, pretty much. Yep, jibber-jabbering. I know that I missed some chats. Let me scroll back.
Did
I
it really
apologize.
say Cuppy was spending the night in the hospital?
Yeah, if you collapse in the hospital.
Accent now, apparently. This
have never
island
gotten
server
that
is crazy with the proximity chat. I just
Have
scared
you
someone on the
passed
server
out
by
at 2
accident.
o'clock in the morning
They
in
said
the
my
hospital?
voice sounded way too deep. I don't know what to say to that. Riot, it's so much fun. I have absolutely gotten jump scared on that server too, just from the voices. Just from the voices. How about cannolis? Listen, cannolis are sexy, okay? Cannolis are sexy. Have you seen that video of all the people with funny laughs, or how I like to call it, unique laughs? Because I love that video.
And I woke up in Cuppy's bed.
Because I love the people's laughs. So wait a minute. I'm sorry, I just processed that. You did wake up in my bed. Hello. I was actually reading chat, and then I was like, wait a minute, I just cued into what you said, and I was like, hold up. Hello. I don't remember what I was saying anymore. I was saying something. I'll take it. Only if I get to spank you back. Listen, I feel like that's only fair. Although, to be fair, you spanked me when you do those types of things in the stream. So, like, you've already spanked me, to be fair. But if you want to, like, get hands-on and spank me, sure. I feel like, also fair. Also fair. I'll take it. Roxy, I got you. All right? I give you the spanky hands. All right? Spanky, spanky hands. Thank you for the bonk. I see you. I see you out here bonking me. Listen, okay, Jax is out here spanking me now with my flower, my rose. I heard spanking. Yeah, we got some spanking going on here.
Hey,
I'm spanking Roxy and Freddie, and I just got spanked with a rose by Jax. So there's a lot of spanking going on at the moment. I'm just saying.
Yeah, go for it.
Stabby, how are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. I hope you're doing well. Spanking only goes one way. Cuppy spanks and she gets none. Her stream. I kind of like your VTuber. Thank you. So this is one version of her. I have 4 versions of her. She has like 4 different outfits. I have my fancy bitch version, I like to call her. So this is fancy bitch version, okay? That's fancy bitch version, all right? And this is my cozy version. So I figured since we're doing a cozy stream today and I'm wearing jammies like IRL, we would do like, cozy version of this today. But thank you, Lucy. Thank you. Does she have tongue tracking? She does. Yes, TJ, you came back to spanking. We do the spankings. We have a cat. I have a kitty too. But yeah. I stick my tongue out at you guys. I don't remember what I was doing anymore. My brain melted during half of that, so no fucking telling what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, you know what I just realized? I was like, what is that sound? I completely forgot that, like, the fishing thing goes off for biddies. So, like, yeah, those are all your fish. Roxy. I gave gifts. Check your inventory. Oh, okay. Let me go check. Oh, Oh, the kitty's following me. Okay, check my inventory. I have a steel watering can. I have an iron bar. So are these the things that you gave to me? So I can eat a snacky. So, wait a minute. Why is that not... Oh, it needs to be in my hot bar thingy. So is there an easy way for me to put this up there? Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, Freddie. All right, there we go. Now I can do things. Why are you so cute? Why are you so cute? Why are you so cute? All right, you're the cutie patootie here.
Do more below the. Go more below the
I gave food in
scarecrow
an
because
iron
we're
bar.
not utilizing
Thank
most
you.
of it.
I don't know what I do with the iron bar
What
yet.
it could be giving us.
Do you know what I
there
do
you
with
go.
the iron bar? I know cute. Yes,
Actually,
you're cute. Yes, you're cute. Okay. Be right back. Gotta see if my Warhammer has unfudged itself. Absolutely, TJ. Absolutely. No, you're perfectly fine. TJ, I'm from New York. I'm not gonna lie. I drop F-bombs all the time, so you're perfectly fine.
Okay.
You are perfectly fine.
Those are well in.
I'm an Aussie. I have actually quite a few Aussies in my community. So welcome. Welcome, future person. I tend to call you guys future people. So welcome to my stream, future person. Make a sword or some other tool. Ooh, okay. I joined the server not too long ago and they sounded like a fairy and I'm like, aww. Have a good night, Vinmation. Sleep well, my friend. Get some good sleepies. Okay? I'm a Wisconsinite. Yeah, you're like halfway in between where I am now. So born and raised in New York, and now I live out in the Northwest. So you're like halfway in between there. I'm Canadian. It's in my blood. He hates it. That's actually in his pop. All right, and now I have to ask, who says pop versus soda? I know some of you Southerners call it Coke. Cuppy fucks with the Aussies? I do. Don't fuck up the eh? I don't know. What's the proper eh for A? Oh, my bad. My bad. All right. Let me get my right Canadian on. Let me go ahead and hydrate and I'll get my Canadian on. All right. A. I'm Canadian. A. How's that? Is that better? KB, thank you so much for the biddies, you brat. I know what you're doing. And I know why you're doing it, you brat. I will spank your ass too. All right? You know why he's doing this, guys? It's because I was in his stream spamming him with biddies like this. This is his payback. Love you, KB. Mwah. Normally I argue when I get compliments on my voice and stuff, but this time I couldn't. Aw. I say soda pop. See, I say soda. I interchange them. I'm gonna spank you so hard, KB. Thank you for the biddies, you brat. Now behave yourself. Pop is Northern twang. Yeah, and then so pop is like Northern twang, and then I think like Northeast, we're all soda people. So I call it soda. I'm a redneck and spent 3/4 of a decade in Navy. I swear a lot. See, exactly. So you can swear in this space, all right? My people swear. I definitely swear. It's you know, I feel like it's artistry at this point. Sure, I'll take your chicken statue. I want to call it something else. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Eddie, welcome in. How are you, sweetie? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, take the cock. I know. That's. Thank you for the cock statue. I appreciate it. W cock statue. Listen, KB, they told me to speak Canadian. Listen, you can't pick on Freddy anymore now. You can't pick on Freddy anymore if you're telling me to take the cock statue. I'm just saying. Fair is fair. I'm glad to hear it, Eddie. I'm glad to hear it. You've had a good start to the weekend, my friends. Wait, is that ready? I don't think it's ready yet. Wait, Jojo Cola. Is this something I can have? Wait, what is that? Are you holding that for a reason? I don't know what's going on right now. Poggy's offering you his Joja Cola. Yeah, I will take your soda, not your pop. Wait, I have a question. Ancient Hydra and Cassie, do you call it soda, pop, or Coke?
I think I'm being targeted at the moment.
Okay.
Soda.
So, what do you think I
Cassie.
say, considering I'm from the Northeast?
Soda. Oh my God. I have soda people. You're outnumbered, Poggy. You're outnumbered. You popper.
Yep. See,
I'm getting yelled at
I got my
stream
pop
now.
people. Sucky.
I'm from Oregon where they sort of interchange it, but my grand side of the family is from, what is it? Bemji? So they soda, you know, in their Midwestern accents. So I just sort of, you know, always said soda pop. Okay, so that's how you have a hybrid. Well, fuck you too then. Soda. Soda wins, Liz. Listen, you said you interchanged them. So I feel like you should just embrace your inner soda, all right? Embrace the inner soda.
Chaos needs to not
Exactly.
be
Thank
slandered.
you, Freddie. KB, it is soda. We will convert you. We're going to convert you to soda. It's all just Coke. Ooh, are you Southern? Chaos Magician? Are you Southern? What a slur, Popper. I mean, I don't know what else to call him. Like I don't know what else to call him. He says pop when he should say soda. Cuppy, is it a water fountain or a bubbler? Water fountain. Wait, somebody calls it a bubbler? Stop it. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Are there people out there that call it bubbler? I have never heard of this. Copper. Oh, damn. Freddie, you done set me up with a copper pickaxe? I think I can go beat the hell out of things now. First of all, CGC, you're not allowed to say you're sorry for being late. There is no such thing as being late to my stream, okay? Whenever you get here is exactly when you were going to be here, okay? So, finger wag to you. You don't ever say you're late, okay? Nobody can ever be late to my stream. Whenever you get here is exactly the time that you get here. And it's perfect, and I am thankful for it. Even if it's like a second before I raid out, all right? Mwah! Love you. Not a popper, that's rude. How is it rude to call you a popper? My sister said pop in class one time, and everyone stared at her for a good 2 minutes. See, I would do the same thing. I think Poggy will kill me. My favorite thing is when he said pasta one of the first times in front of me. I was like, pasta? Pasta. Sorry, Poggy. I got to out that. You know, it's one of my favorite things. A bubbler or some... Yeah, see, that's what I think of, Liz. That's what I think of. Most people in Wisconsin call it bubblers. Do they really? I'm back and I may have fucked up. Warhammer has kind of, in fact, worsened. Whoopee, I have never played Warhammer. Although I'll be honest with you, I suck at any type of shooting games. I really do. Especially on stream. I could never. I just can't pay attention to anything enough to actually be able to play a shooting game hardly on stream. You're not fucking new. CGC, you just want me to yell at you. You're not new! Right? You're not fucking new. We'll spank you. You're not fucking new. You fuck it more by saying pasta. Because that's how you said it. You said pasta. All right? That's what you told me. You said pasta. If your water fountain is bubbling, I don't know if I trust your water. I agree. I think there might be some like bacteria involved at that point. I don't know. Call it a bubbler? That's so funny. I'd never heard of that before. So now I'm kind of curious, like, what other things can we, like, what other things have multiple names depending on region? Anybody know anything else? Do it. No balls. I ain't scared. CJC! I will yell at you, right? I will yell at you. No, the hell I did not. You did. You did. See, if it was just a shooting game, I'd be fine. But this is actually the tabletop version with plastic minis. Okay, that sounds kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds kind of cute. I call it a water thingy because I can never remember the word fountain. I might need to pass out here shortly. Freddie, if you do, thank you so much. Thank you for chilling and chatting with me this evening. Thank you, of course, for what you did. But most of all, thank you for chilling and chatting, being a gremlin, being your naughty self who deserves all the spanks in the world, may I just say. And if you get the aisle, definitely come be a dino with me tomorrow. I'd love to have you.
Yay, Cassie made it to bed.
Shine Wolf, oh god, I didn't expect it like that. Wait, what? What happened? I was jibber jabbering to stream, so I probably didn't even catch it. The swishy uppy thing, if I can't remember water. Okay, swishy uppy thing is adorable. How are you going to call me cute when you call something swishy uppy thing? That's adorable, okay? You're the cutie. Angry short women are hot, never change. I got you, all right? That's funny. I was talking to Factory, working out some tech issues and stuff before stream. And I was like, dude, I have not slept properly in days. I am feisty as fuck. Wait. Oh, sorry. I was like, dude, I was so lost right now. I was like, where is my steel axe? I totally lost track of where my axe was. Wait, why can't I go here? Oh, it's because it's up above. Crispy! Hi, Crispy. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're well, my friends. I has the Isle. Listen, you should come play the Isle tomorrow. I'm going to be playing the Isle for stream tomorrow. And
Hydra?
all of you that have it, that want to play,
I still haven't
to
talked to the wizard.
Okay.
So I can't see the bundles. But I think a few of the items in my chest can go with the bundles. And then I have a bunch of geodes and everything. So feel free to
official bedtime. Good night, y'all. I'm going to go die for a few hours.
But
Freddie, thank you once again for everything. I really do appreciate you. Most of all, thank you so much for being a mod for me and for choosing to always be in this space and giving me that little extra lovin', you know? You always put a smile to my face, so thank you. Mwah. Now, you go get some good sleep, all right? Go get some good sleep, and you wake up to the best day tomorrow, all right? And if you end up getting the game, you come play with me. I'm 5'3", gang in the house, baby. 5'3.5" right here. Like, I don't know about you, but I like to claim my half because, you know, they like to try to make me shorter than I am. So I have to make sure that I claim my half, you know? But yes, that's right. 5'3" gang. It changes the toolbar from the top to bottom depending on your... Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was so confused. I was like, where's my toolbar? Do you know some people call stink bugs a flippin' bug? No, I did not. I have never heard of that before. I've always called them stink bugs as well. What is this? Can I take their wood? Yo, I will steal your wood. I said what I said. If you just leave your wood laying around, I might just grab it. Of course, you know, I got you. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. Thank you, Freddie. Mwah. Where was I going? Oh, there I am. I was like, wait a minute. Where did I go? All right. What does everyone call this? Fireflies, lightning bugs, or glowworms? I call them lightning bugs. So I grew up calling them lightning bugs, and I was really shocked when I found out that some people call them fireflies. I'll remember to put my wood away tomorrow morning. So wait a minute, you're leaving it out for me in the meantime. That's what I'm getting from this. Leave my wood alone, you pop slanderer, you. See, this is why I say Poggy is a meanie. Pass it on. This right here. See, he's a meanie. Wait, am I not chopping you? Oh, there I go. Yeah, I'm taking your tree, bitch. You don't need your wood. I'll take your wood. That's right. There's a British dish called toad in the hole, sausages and Yorkshire pudding batter. So it's funny you say that. I love to watch the Great British Baking Show on Netflix. And so that's something I've always wanted to have, is toad in the hole, just to say that I had something like that. Wait, what just happened? Did I get money or did I lose money? Did I get money or did I lose it? It's also called eggs in a basket. Wait, no, wait, what? Toad in a hole is not that. Toad in a hole is eggs in a basket. Wait, is toad in a hole eggs in a basket? I am so confused right now. K9, hello, welcome in. On some quick rounds while I can. Have an amazing stream, amazing time, all, and much love. Keep being your amazing selves and spreading positivity. Amen, K9, amen. Thank you so much for coming in with your sweet and positive words. I really do love that. I love that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you are having a wonderful day yourself, and I hope this weekend has been amazing for you. TJ, yes, you are welcome to do so. Thank you for bringing it up. For those of you who may not be in my Discord, we have 1,100 members just about in that Discord. We have 5 Twitch recognized stream teams. Monday nights are anime nights. Tuesday nights are Discord game nights. Wednesday nights are movie night and watch party nights. And it is a very, very active and talkative Discord. So if you want to be part of an active community that is certainly full of shit, in the best ways, join the Discord and come chill and have fun with us. I would love to have you. And as always, guys, if you guys can see me in one of the public game channels like the Lounge or Community Games Night, please feel free to come and join me. I'm a big believer in, we make our strongest connections with people off stream. So if you ever see me gaming in there and stuff like that, which you will, definitely come and join me. I would love to get to know you better off stream. Cupcake in a hole is crazy. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Where are you going to put in the hole? Wait. Where you put the hole in my bread and you fry the egg in the bread? I have never had that before. I have never had that before, ever. Now I'm kind of curious. Now I'm kind of curious about that. Spotted dick. Okay, now I have a story about that, Eddie. Okay, the first time I learned about spotted dick, I was actually in a grocery store here, right? And I'm going down the aisle. There's an international food aisle. And I was looking around to see what kind of cool stuff they had. And I saw this can that said spotted dick. I'm not going to lie. I embraced my inner teenager, even though I'm a full grown adult, and took a picture of it and sent it to a friend, a guy friend. And I was like, dude, I actually sent it to Kyle. For those of you that, don't know Kyle, I sent it to Kyle. I was like, dude, spotted dick. Yeah. Do we call it a roundabout or a traffic circle? So I call it, what do I call it? Wait a minute. I have some of those by my house. I'm not sure I've ever actually given a thought. I feel like it's muscle memory. I think I call it a roundabout. I do. I think I call it a roundabout. It took me a second, but yeah, I think I call it a roundabout. I mean, wanting to join sometimes, but I'm nervous. Wait, Kimmy Chaos, the Discord? Are you talking about the Discord? We are a chatty bunch. We were also chill. So if it's about the Discord, first of all, never ever feel obligated to join my Discord or anyone's Discord. That's number one. I always want every single one of you to make choices that you feel comfortable with. But number two, we just vibe in there. We just vibe. So you do whatever you feel comfortable with, okay? I support that. Always. I got some beef with the British cooking show. They fucked up Mexican foods like Tres Leches cake. There's been a couple of things I've seen on the Great British Baking Show that I've been like, okay. But for the most part, I do enjoy watching it. It usually inspires me to get my ass in the kitchen and go make something cool. Have a request for me. I need fresh cauliflower for a recipe I want to make. Could you bring me? I might be able to, dude. I don't know what I'm doing in this game. You shouldn't be asking me for shit. I'm just saying. Copy, look in the blue chest. There's a crown and sword. Okay. Yo, crown me, baby. What's up? How do I look in here? Oh, yeah. How do I put this on? How do I put a crown on? I don't think I know how to put anything on, like clothing-wise. You'd fucking hate it because you're weird and don't... I hate runny egg yolk. Runny egg yolk... Okay, now we're going to talk about this. Guys, for those of you that are brand new to my stream space, I have to ask, who likes runny egg yolk and who doesn't? I am very, very anti-runny egg yolk. I don't know why. I just think it's nasty. I have to have my egg yolk cooked all the way through, no matter what type of egg I'm having. So what do you think? What do you think about runny egg yolk? All right, so we got mostly roundabouts. Oh, ramps. Now there's something different. Damn it, I have to go into the VOD making, making a note. Go down to the lake and go all the way to the bottom and to the right. Okay, I will go down to the lake. Hater, wait. Runny egg yolks are gross, Cinny. They're gross, all right? I'm just saying. Yeah. The fuck is runny egg yolk? Thank you. So you must... No dippy eggs. No dippy eggs. Runny egg yolk is like when you don't cook the egg all the way through, and the yolk is something that you could dip something in, like Cinny said. Ugh. I can't even say that, Cinny, without getting a scowl on my face. Ugh. Ugh. No dippy eggs. Ugh. I hate eggs. Ooh, so Burkemper just hates them altogether. Or in ramen. Are they cooked all the way through? They're cooked all the way through, though, right? Runny all day, every day. Chaos. Chaos. Ugh. Chaos. Okay. I will honor and respect all of your desires, but I like runny egg yolk, but well done. Sunny side is good too. Go to your inventory, grab it, and put it in the hat spot. Okay. Wait a minute. What is happening here? What's happening here? Oh, am I blocking you, Ancient? I'm sorry. Or are you just... Why are you watering me? Wait, I have questions. Hold up. I got questions. First of all, I didn't realize I was deafened. Second of all, are you watering me?
I'm just getting your pants wet.
Oh, all you have to do is ask.
Me and Poggy are making Cuppy wet.
You know what's really bad? As soon as I said that, I look up at my stream chat and I see where Jack says, dip your toast in it. That's really that just is wrong.
No, but Cuppy, so did you pick your cat's name in this game, or did somebody tell you to pick it?
I did cannoli, yeah.
Did somebody pick it for you, or did you pick that name?
I picked it.
On your own?
I picked it.
Follow me real quick.
Okay. Can we also appreciate the fact that after Jax said, dip your toast in it, he also then said, add a pinch of sugar in it and it's delish. That's crazy. Jax?
So I'm going to take you to the secret woods. I opened it up earlier.
Okay.
Off to the left here.
Okay. I do know you, Jax. You need some spankies in the best way. I know you want it. I see you. That made me open my eyes wide. I bet it did. Ah! I can't see!
It's okay. Follow me for a little bit longer. Just, I'm showing you something.
Oh, I'm in a bush.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. The left. Just keep going left.
Okay.
Until you get to the... Now, activate the statue here and see what its name is.
How do I activate
Right-click it.
Oh.
Right-click.
No, stop it. Is that really its name, or did it steal it from my cat?
Yes! No, that is the official... Like, you can go on the wiki. The statue is named Old Master Cannoli.
Stop it! Liz! Yeah, I thought of you immediately, Liz. That's crazy.
Oh my god. And now we're all gonna... Now nobody's gonna get back to bed in time because there's no way you're making it.
You know what? Worth it. That worth it.
Actually, we may make it to my. I might make it to my bed.
Render, thank you so much for the subby. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. How are you, sweetie? Wait, I don't know where I'm at.
No, it's
Help
not
me.
a statue of a cat, unfortunately.
Oh, God.
But I read the cat's name and I was like, wait a second. Did somebody in chat tell her to do that?
Next time I'll give you some French to come. Listen, you better give me some of your French, right? I want some of your Frenchie. You got me, baby?
I'm
give
not
me
gonna
some of
make
your
it.
Frenchie.
I did make it. I made it.
I don't blame
I
you,
made it.
Burkemper.
I just made it through the door.
I personally love eggs, but I understand people who do not. They have that sulfur smell to them, so not a lot of
I
people
made it
like
through the door, therefore I am safe. I didn't make it to bed, but I'm safe from possible somebody.
I probably need to, Jax. Oh, okay. So, wait. I'm hammering in bed again. I need to calm down. There we go. Where is this?
Let me get a closer look. Yup, you're still cute. Sorry,
No,
wait, I
you.
didn't look close
You're
enough.
cute.
Oh, wait, you're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
No, you're so cute. How you gonna call me cute when you're so cute?
I forgot that his name was Cannoli. That's amazing. It is amazing. I can't believe it, honestly.
You behave,
Poggy.
Jax. You behave. You're the naughty one. All right.
I'm doing pretty good. Just
If
got
you
home.
can get an
How's
extra,
Stardew doing?
like,
It's doing pretty
upgraded
good.
weapon.
I have no idea what I'm doing in this game. I am not gonna lie. They are hardcore carrying me. I've never really played this game. I know this is a 10-year-old game, but like I'm not even joking. I played it for like an hour, like once a couple of months ago. So to say that I don't know what I'm doing would be an understatement. And yeah, I'm gonna have to learn this game off stream at some point because fuck if I know what's going on right now. But it's going good. I have crowd control with it. So one of my major crowd control gremlins, aka Fat Cat Freddy, was putting some kind of like, I don't know, demon in here, and then a bunch of serpents that kept eating me. So I've died a lot. But I'm doing good. All right, did you decide what your food was going to be? Wait, for dinner? Oh, it is 9 o'clock. No, I have not. I'm not going to lie. I have not. Hi, Unjust. How are you? It's good to see you. Happy times unto you. What do we call this? Semi-truck, tractor trailer, 18-wheeler. I usually call it a semi. Do you like your egg whites crispy, crunchy, or more softer? I like them cooked all the way through, probably crispy. A little bit. I'm not gonna lie. You're right. A little bit psycho. Just a little bit. Vox! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right, you're not fucking new, Vox Campbell. But hello. How are you? It's good to see you. Hi. Unjust! You're not new! You're not fucking new either! Right, you're not fucking new either. There's currently a creepy ice cream truck getting around. Wait, where is the creepy... in my game? In my game or around you? I call it 18-wheeler usually. I wonder where the delineation, like in the country, like the region where people call it different things like that. Like with soda, like we know Northeast says soda. We know that the North, I'm sorry, I can't even speak. The North overall says pop. And then we know that areas of the Southeast call it Coke. I'm kind of curious, like, where that happens. I hear the bastard, but I can't see him. Oh, wait. Are you talking real life then? I'm being a good girl, waiting for the yelling of Cuppy, saying I'm new. Dolphin! You are not new, all right? You're not fucking new. I'm just saying. I wish we had an ice cream truck. I actually have some Halo Top in the house. I don't know. For those of you that don't live in the States, I don't know if you're familiar with Halo Top. But Halo Top is like a protein type of ice cream that I absolutely love. They have a like a cookie dough and fudge brownie mix that I think is amazing. As someone who's lived in the Southeast my whole life, it is soda. Thank you, Vox. I do know some people from Georgia that call it Coke and have told me that they call it Coke in that area. But I am soda. I am definitely soda. I'm born and raised like New York City, so to me it's all soda. But some people be out here calling it pop. I'm just saying. They know, they know. Oh. Hydra, are you out of here?
Already.
Okay. So wait a minute, did he end stream?
Not yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure I don't talk over him. He's left, okay.
No, yeah, he's like out of the Discord. I mean.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering. All right.
Also, quit slandering my pop, bro.
I will slander your pop from here to next week. Get slandered.
And I will throw you in the trash from here to next week.
That's crazy. I want to go in this bus. I've always wondered what this bus is about. Can I go in the bus? Just gave Cuppy the darkness effect for 30 seconds.
What the hell?
Unjust, I see you.
Once we fix the bus, you can go in it.
Ah, okay.
But we
Ancient
need more
Hydra,
bundles.
thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I had a great time playing with you. I hope you enjoyed playing with me. Thank you for carrying me. Thank you. If you guys are not following Ancient Hydra is a member of my stream team. He is a wonderful guy and a great streamer. Oh my God, the baby scare. Oh my God, I was not expecting that. If you don't know Ancient Hydra, please consider dropping him a follow and showing some love to him. But seriously, I had a wonderful time. Thank you so much, like I said, for carrying me. I really appreciate you. It's a semi and soda for me. Cuppy, you should romance Sebastian. All right, I gotta go romance Sebastian. Ancient Hydra, you're not new. You're not fucking new. Vox, you're not new. You're not fucking new. Right, you're not fucking new. Neither of you are new. All right? Neither of you are new. I'm just saying. Ranger, you're also not new. You can't resubscribe to me and then claim to be new. That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm just saying it. It's kind of crazy. I was born in Georgia. I've never heard that. That's interesting. Shorky, hello. How are you? It's good to see you. Sorry I missed you. I'm so sorry I missed your chat earlier. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm guessing most of it just comes from how we were raised. Basically, whatever I heard when I was younger, and now I just call it that usually. I agree, Ryad. Yep, and it's so regional as to what people call things. We just usually call them by their names rather than their general group. And you said you're an Aussie. Okay, that makes sense. Takes you to a different area. So is it a cool area? I will pop your cherry soda. I see you, Eddie. I see you. Listen, I don't have soda very often, but if I do, I'm totally down with like a cherry Coke. So, I guess you can pop that cherry open, right? Pop that cherry Coke open for me. In Mexico, they call the soda according to the company they made it. Ah, okay. Wait, Cassie's taking Sebastian. Cassie, how you not gonna share your Sebastian with me? Damn. I feel like we could just have one big like love puddle. What's with? Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. No, exactly. It's not like she did, right? It's not like this world was based on it. I'm new here. Cuppy didn't yell at me. Big dog virus. You're not new. You're not fucking new. Right? You're not fucking new. You're not fucking new either. I've known you for a minute. No vanilla Coke? I'm not sure I've ever had a vanilla Coke, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure that I have. Cassie, Miss Ma'am, you're also on the team. You can't be new. That's crazy. How you gonna claim new? Oh my god. Poggy gonna claim it new is crazy. Poggy! You're not new!
Hey,
you're not fucking new!
Hey, rude.
What?
You know how
You're
I
not
like
new.
it? You know how I like it?
Fine. Poggy.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
You're not new. You're not fucking new. I still need to add that. I keep forgetting to add the soft I'm new as a redeem.
Yeah.
Wait, but Cuppy,
Yeah?
this is my first time in a call with you, so doesn't that make me new?
No. I'm narrowing my eyes at you. I don't know if you can tell. but no.
I don't.
I'm secretly new and Cuppy just no, you're not fucking new. All right, you get a spanky. 2 years. I just got a noti for a friend anniversary. Okay, so you're claiming you're new for a 2-year friend anniversary. That's insane. Thank you so much for the 24 months. The 24 months of you not being fucking new. All right, I said it. Who drinks Coke? I like Pepsi. Okay, I actually like Pepsi as well. I do prefer Pepsi. I'm more of a Pepsi person. You know what? That's another good question. Who's Coke versus Pepsi?
Neither. Mountain Dew.
See, I've never really been a Mountain Dew person. I know that's blasphemy, but I've never really been a Mountain Dew person.
Also neither, but Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper is good. I did see
That's
where
my
you were
second choice.
talking about adding Dr. Pepper stuff to your throne. I saw it, where did you say that? I don't remember where you said that, but I saw it.
Oh, I spammed it. I found like Dr. Pepper blankets and everything.
I love that. Oh, where am I? I'm in a cave with Marlin. Who the hell is Marlin?
The cave. Go back down.
Go back down. I don't want to be in the cave. Is it bad here?
You don't want to be in the cave alone for your first try.
Oh,
We can go there tomorrow morning.
okay.
Because I
Rough for him.
don't want you to get attacked and die immediately.
Yeah, Marlin's warning me right now. Here, take this. You might need it. He gave me something. Oh, he gave me a sword. Thank you for giving me your sword. It's rusty, though. He's got a rusty sword. He must be old.
He
What
is.
the fuck was that?
Judge
Chaos.
fucking Christ.
W Chaos. Because he can't do it to me. I'm sorry.
Chaos, thank you. Here in Quebec, Pepsi has been too advertised as a major player. I can't choose a favorite between Coke and Pepsi. Regular Coke, anything with additional flavors, Pepsi. See, I prefer pretty much Pepsi everything. I will say that, like, so far as, like, the brand is concerned, like, when you get into things like Sprite, I prefer Sprite over whatever the Pepsi equivalent is that I can't remember at the moment. I don't really like that one. I don't think I'm going to make it in time. I am probably about to die here. Or pass out, whatever it is. Welcome, I'm off to bed. Come. Chaos. You get the best EPs, all right? Have the best dreamies. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. You naughty little thing. You get a spanky. Spankies to you. What do we call it? A freeway or a highway? So, I always called it a highway. I will say, after living in Cali for a few years, I would do a half and half now. I sometimes call it freeway, sometimes call it highway.
That actually depends on how many lanes there are.
Ah,
Wait, really?
interesting. So, how many lanes makes the difference for you?
If it's 1 to 2 lanes, down where I live, it's a highway. If it's more than like 3, that's a freeway.
Got you. I haven't drank any soda for 12 years. Yeah, I'm not really a soda drinker. The only time I ever drink soda is if I happen to go out, like, to a restaurant or an amusement park or something like that, and they don't have carbonated water. If I can't get, like a Perrier or something like that, or a Pellegrino, like, I'll go ahead and do soda. But other than that, oh my God, who's ringing my bell? Other than that, I just drink carbonated water. I do not do soda at all.
That one is loud.
I was shocked by that. I was literally shocked by that. Jax, are you ringing my bell? I'll ring your fucking bell. What are you all talking about? It's an expressway. I have heard of expressway. Now, to me, like, an expressway, when I think expressway, I think of the Van Wyck Expressway in New York City. And that's like a really big, like, interchange of, like, highways and stuff like that. So I think of that, I guess, in the same way that Poggy thinks of highways versus freeways. I think of it as something really big, I guess the way it is. You're a 7-Up person? Damn. I'm a Sprite person.
Did you say that to me?
Yes. You said you're 7-Up, right?
No, I said that was the whatever the fucking equivalent to Sprite is. So I was, because you said you couldn't know the name.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I would like to try the Coke that was out in the 20s that had real Coke. Okay, that would be kind of a trip. I think that would be kind of a trip. I still think that's so strange that they actually had that in there. Like, did your mouth go numb and stuff like that? Because wasn't it used as like a numbing agent by dentists as well? So I'm kind of curious about that. I guess maybe not enough to be in there to make your mouth numb. Still odd, though. Still odd. Used to be Sierra Mist, but they lost that name to a what?
What?
To a P star?
Porn star.
Oh. Okay. I was like, wait, a P star? And I'm not going to lie. Yeah, my brain went to bathroom stuff. So I was like, what are we talking about right now? I was so confused. Did Poggy say 3-way? I think he did. Poggy, did you say 3-way?
No,
You didn't?
I
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes,
I
I
don't know.
did. No, I didn't.
Yes, you
brat.
did. You just said yes, you did. I heard you. You said yes,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
leave.
No, you're not. No, you're stuck here. You're stuck
no,
here.
watch me.
7-Up way
me.
better than Sprite to mix with liquor. Now, that might be true. I can't say because I've never really mixed it with liquor. But I think on its own, 7-Up would be superior. I'm just saying. Let's go
7-Up's
one of
the
multiple ways:
superior?
yard sale, garage sale, tag sale, or rummage sale. I say garage sale. More often than not, I'll say garage sale. I have occasionally said yard sale. I've never said tag sale or rummage sale.
Garage sale all the way.
Garage sale. Coffee or tea? I love tea, but I'm a coffee fanatic. I have to have coffee every day. I don't go a day without my coffee. That much I'll tell you.
Addict.
Listen, you're an addict of pop. Oh wait, how do I put my hat on?
That's my fucking heritage.
What, coffee?
No. Motherfucker.
Oh, thank you, by the way, for your cock statue. I appreciate it. I'm rearranging my Oh, wait a minute. 2 to 5 damage. They're both 2 to 5 damage. I'm rearranging my inventory, and I had to touch it. So there we are.
You're welcome. Also, you want a better one? You want to trade me that one? Actually.
Sure. How do I do that? How do I trade
Look
you?
in the blue chest. Look in the blue chest.
Okay. Oh God. Oh, a crystal dagger. But which one should I
other one.
take?
The purple one.
Oh, I felt powerful. I'm gonna beat a bitch with that thing. What's up? Yo, my sword is purple. I said what I said. A yard sale is in a yard, a garage sale is in a garage. Okay, I feel like that's fair. I'm not gonna lie, I've absolutely I've used them interchangeably. I started to laugh because I know why you clipped that, CG. Never been actual Coke. It was Coca leaves. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Wish coffee tasted as good as it smells. So I get that. I will say that what you do with coffee can make it really amazing. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited. Liz got me cannoli coffee today off my throne, and I'm pretty excited to try that. I have a feeling that with some vanilla cold comb. Jesus, help my mouth. My mouth is stroking. Cindy, help me. You are the one that listen, Sin for toast, that is her saying, stroke your mouth. And I feel like she passed her stroke your mouth cooties on to me. I probably should be. But the cannoli coffee with the cold foam, the vanilla cold foam that I got from TJ's, I feel is going to be amazing. I'm just saying. Sin, I was talking about how stroking your mouth is your saying, and that you taught me. You taught me how to. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Not you coming in and saying, huh. Not you coming in and saying, huh. I love you too. In Mexico, people use Coca-Cola and lime for stomach problems. Do they really? So it would be like our ginger ale. Because we usually use ginger ale. You're banned. I love you. Sea Cat Matt, thank you. Thank you so much for the lurk check-in. I appreciate you, hun. Thank you. Also, Coca-Cola is the name of the 2 signature ingredients. Oh, it is, isn't it? It is. Sin taught you how... Yeah, kinda, yeah. All right, what am I supposed to do? You don't know how to play this game either, do you?
No, not at all.
No, we just winging it. Okay. We'll just pretend like the game just came out and, you know, we don't know what we're doing. KB! You're not new! You're not fucking new! Right, you're not fucking new, KB. You're not fucking new, but I love you. Okay, looking at the way you put that, Eddie, it makes me think, who sings that? Is it Eric Clapton? Cocaine, da-na-na-na, da-da-da. Do we all know that song?
No, not at all.
Hold up. Now I need to find this song on my Spotify. Hold up.
Happy, did you want to go to the mines or did you want to stay safe?
Probably stay safe. Hold up. We're gonna listen to the song. All right, that's the song I was thinking. That's some old school shit right there. Yep, Eric Clapton. Cuppy, go down to the lake, please. Oh, that's right. I gotta go down to the lake.
Some water.
I do.
Oh, to see to find the hats?
I think so. Thank you for the hydrate. I've only known you for 7 days. That is such a lie. You literally unfollowed to refollow, and now you just did it again. You're a brat.
Happy?
I agree.
What happened to
W.
anonymous follows?
Not when. Okay, what was that? Who did that? Ryad, I see you. Not when you unfollow to refollow. Those are not anonymous, Miss Ma'am. You were the
How do
queen
you
of
know
that.
it was refollow?
Because I
What
know
if-
you.
What if we were like, we're done, but then we decided to give you a second chance? Or a third, or fourth.
Still, or like 10th or 15th in your case.
I don't know, like,
Uh-huh.
math scares you. I don't want to put you through the work of counting.
Go all the way down, go to the far right to find Robin's axe. All the way across the bridges to the far right. So wait a minute. Do I want to
go
go
down?
like to this bridge? Okay. Here?
Yeah, you want to go on that bridge, and then
Okay.
along the other bridge too.
Okay. And then to the far right?
Yes. Down and to the right.
Oh, down and to the right. Okay.
Okay, that's level 8. And
Whoa.
then,
Wait,
well,
am I
now
in a
up
sewer?
a little bit. Well, that is
Portal?
the sewer, yeah. But you go back up the stairs and then go to the right again. And it should be along the cliff edge, but a little bit higher.
Oh, is this it right here?
Probably, but it's hidden.
Yes! There's the lost axe. Let's go. Tsunami! You're not new.
there,
You're
and
not
you
fucking new. You're not fucking new, Tsunami.
You,
Did you say axe or ass? I mean, I meant to say axe, but it might have come out ass at this point. I'm tired. I might have asked it. Is it 9 days? I'm so confused. Yes, I believe so. Yes, Liz. It would be in 9 days. Your 4-year anniversary is crazy. Big Gremlin, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, my friends. Gotta give it to Robin now. Head to bed. Okay, let me go to bed. Thank you so much for the biddies. Blame, welcome in. Thank you so much for the biddies. How are you, sweetie? Happy time zone to you. Big Gremlin! You're not new! Right, you're not fucking new. I'm just saying, you're not fucking new. But seriously, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Alright, so I have to go to sleepies now, right? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Big Gremlin. I am so happy to hear that. You had a good time? Stardew had CC, who would have known? Yeah, it has it. I've actually been getting, like, all messed up with it today. A lot of my little gremlins have been spawning crazy things on me, and it's been fun. It's been fun. I have died more times than I can count to serpents, and I don't even remember. There was some big, like, skull monster or something.
Those are great.
I really need to learn to keep my volume down when watching your stream. Why do I always forget to do that? I don't know. Maybe because most of the time I talk softly for the most part until suddenly we go completely insane. I'll have to read through and see what it has. It has quite a bit. Like from what I recall off the top of my head, because this is my first time playing Stardew, by the way. I have never really played Stardew. I played Stardew one time on someone else's stream for like an hour. And I was also modding like 2 other channels at the same time. So like my brain wasn't completely on the game. So when I tell you I'm brand new at this game, like I really am. Even though I played it for like an hour on someone else's stream, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I believe like you can give items, you can take items, you can spawn in monsters. That's all I can remember at the time.
You can also give and take away money, teleport, cause good and bad buffs, give certain items, like I think you can give diamonds, star drops, which are good and important. The monsters is the most fun.
Yeah, so you can do all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff, Blame. I bought it and said I'll play when I buy my Steam Deck. So you haven't played it yet either? So are you new to the game as well? Play with my puss. So, I mean, if that's what we're going to do, Gremlin. Very much so. And I got a lot of clips to make from it. Felt like I was dying by the end, but I'd do it again. I'm so happy to hear that it went so well. Mwah! I give you kissies back. I give you kissies back. You definitely should play the game offline. I could show you a bunch of tips as a guide if you'd like. I would love that. I would love that. Nope, I only know there's catfish in the game. See, I didn't even know there's catfish in the game. So you just taught me something new. Ah! Oh my god, what the hell was that? That was a crowd control. That was definitely a crowd control. I just had a heart attack. I just had a heart attack. Oh my god. The zombie gets me every time too. I'm not gonna lie. It gets me every time. I got to lurk because, as I mentioned, it felt like I was dying by the end. Don't got the energy to stay in chat. Absolutely. I so understand that. You go rest up, and thank you for coming in and saying hey. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great day tomorrow, my friends. Thank you for the Tangia. I see you. Thank you. I am just a baby. All right? I am just a baby. I am absolutely just a baby. All right? I is baby. I am total baby. Hold up. Let's go play. What is this? There. We're going to play some uppy puppy music, or I'm going to fall asleep on you guys. Uppy puppy music. Yep. Listen, I don't speak English anymore. You know.
I know.
Did you catch my previous message? The one before the play the game offline?
Oh my god.
Numb? Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. What the hell was that?
Did it wake you up?
It did, completely. Somehow I haven't jumped for any of the jump scares in your streams yet. I usually get jump scared all the time. You lucky, because I jump scare all the time. Nope, the game offline one. Yeah, I actually did read it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you missed it. But yes, I would love that. I would love that. I'm waking you up. You are. Listen, we've been doing the cozy gaming for a hot minute now. And not gonna lie, I do need to go eat. Because all I had today was an Amy's Bean burrito. So I feel like it's probably time to call it. Yeah, all I had was an Amy's Bean burrito. I know. I know. Now I'm gonna get yelled at, guys. I love you guys. Don't yell at me. I's baby. I'm small. I am baby.
Take care of yourself.
Yes. I can't play unless I was there with you, connecting via LAN, and that's not really an option. Aw, I get it, CGC. Yes, Cassie, you're not going to yell at me, right?
Let me get a closer look.
I was just gonna
you're still
say,
cute. Sorry, wait, I didn't look close enough.
More than you
Oh, wait,
today.
you're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
So I am entirely on Poggy's side here.
Aww. Go eat food. Aren't you nutritionist? I'm actually a registered dietitian, so yes, so to speak. Yeah, there's a difference between nutritionist and registered dietitian. Thank you, registered dietitian. So yes, but I don't know. I haven't felt hungry during the beginning of the day lately. I don't know why. It's a miracle. What the fuck am I listening to? What the heck was that? That was insanity. But if I could, Liz, could you do this for me? Because Poggy's not going to do this. Could you shout Poggy out, please? Also, can we get a shout out for Ancient Hydra as well as Cassie? All three of these wonderful people carried me today. All three of these wonderful people carried me today in this game, and I am deeply grateful to all of them for their grace and understanding while I read chat, and I'm just generally like not paying attention to anything around me with no situational awareness. So if you guys are not following them, all three of them are streamers. Please consider dropping them a follow and showing them love. Despite the fact that Cassie is about to attempt to say she's not a streamer, don't listen to her.
Totally not. Am I live? I am not a streamer.
You're not live at the moment, but you were supposed to be, but you couldn't be. So you know what?
I'm a non-streamer.
Neener, you're a streamer. No, all three streamers, don't believe them. They're all streamers. Don't believe them.
I have the partner patch to prove it.
You know what? You can shove that check mark up your butt. Now get deafened, because nobody wants to hear your lies. I love you. Yeah, I deafened them. They're going to be, he's going to be so angsty at me. So angsty. Anyway. Seriously, guys. Thank you. Thank you all so much for chilling and chatting with me this evening. This is why you hate me. I see. Oh, you stop it. I'll spank your ass too. I'm crying now. You are not. Let me go ahead and undeafen. Let me hear your tears. Give us your crocodile tears.
Oh, since you deafened us, we were just planning how to yell at you better.
So he wasn't crying. It was lies. Thank you. Thank you for confirming this. All right, I win.
At least I was plotting to yell at you.
They're all streamers, guys. Don't believe them. Love you. All right, they got deafened again, so they can't say they're not streamers.
Cupcake.
Listen, I am not. But seriously, guys, thank you all so much. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. I love you. Mwah. I love you. All right? I love you. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. Thank you for your blurps, for the tangias, for the crowd controls, for the biddies, for the subbies.
I didn't look close enough.
I deeply appreciate all of that.
You're not just cute. You cute as fuck.
But most of all, I will always be grateful for the time and the energy that every single one of you give me. Truly. Mwah. I love you guys. If any of you have the Isle and you want to come play with me tomorrow, I will be playing the Isle on stream. I should be starting stream somewhere around 4 p.m. Pacific. So if you want to come and join, I would love to have you. Gameplay usually starts an hour after I start stream. So figure around 5 p.m. Pacific, we'll start gaming and things like that. But if you want to come join, I would absolutely love to have you. No, you're cute. No, you're cute. I love you. Mwah. I love you. off to bed now. It's like midnight here, almost 1 a.m. Oh my God. So you're in the East Coast. Yes. Yep. It is 9:30 p.m. for me. And like I said, I need to go be a good girl and go eat some food and stuff like that. But thank you. Thank you so much. Says, hi, Says. Hi, Says. How are you? I'm sorry if I missed you. I am so sorry. Hi. Hi. I hope you're well, my friends. I hope you're well, sweetie. Hi. But guys, thank you. Oh my God. Who did that? Who did that? Jax! I see you, Jax! Jax, I'll spank your ass soon, all right? You're gonna get a good ass spanky, all right? You're definitely gonna get a good ass spanky. Yeah, you did that. I see you. You did the werewolf. Yeah, I will tattle on you. You think I won't tattle on you? I will. Get tattled on, you little brat. But guys, thank you. Thank you once again for all of your time and your energy. Thank you for everything this evening. Seriously, I'm literally the luckiest girl in the world. And like I said, to my mods, thank you once again for choosing to be in my space, for choosing to make everyone feel safe in this space, including me. I am really, really grateful to every single one of you. Now, all of you, if it's nighttime for you, make sure you go get the best sleepies, all right? Have the best dreamies and wake up to a great day tomorrow. If it's already daytime for you, go out there and go own this day, all right? And know that in every space you inhabit, you are more than enough. And you are perfect just as you are. And I am grateful, all right? I am grateful for you guys. Mwah. I love you. I love you guys. Thank you. Mwah. We're the lucky ones to have you as our guiding star. Listen, I am the lucky and the blessed one, all right? To be surrounded by people who choose to give me their time, energy, love, and support. The fact that you guys are always here supporting me in all the ways that you do. What can I say? What can I say? Thank you is not even close enough to being enough. So, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah!